The platform to reflect on the resolution's implications across generations and regions. It shall also generate a comprehensive outcome document to guide the UN General Secretary's report to the 82nd General Assembly. So this morning I'll be engaging in a number of issues with conversations with Dr. Epos Gabra, the Ghana's Special Envoy for Reparations. And then later we'll be joined by Kweku Dako Ankra, a researcher, a historian at the University of Ghana, Legonde, in Accra. So Dr. Epos Gabra is sitting with me right now. So Doc, we are happy to engage you, and for your position as Ghana's Special Envoy for Reparations, we see this conference as something very unique that will be involving your office.
The President and the Government of Ghana in hosting this very important conference that has been organized principally by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the leadership of the Foreign Minister Osama Blackman. We expect experts met yesterday for a whole day, experts from all over the African and the diaspora community, many countries, the same countries that voted 123 in favor of the United Nations. And they have now prepared a draft document that we expect will be taken up today and tomorrow by the heads of state and other delegations. And it will then go forward as a resolution from this conference for the next discussions within the African Union Summit and the United Nations and other international organizations which are all affiliated with the government of Ghana, or where the government of Ghana itself is a member. So we expect the ideas from here and the proposals from here to go very far, and in helping to heal and to find justice, which are among the core objectives of the resolution that was passed at the United Nations in March.
Yeah, so this conversation is live on Wizard TV, and of course it's also live on the Presidency Communications social media handle. I can tell you that in the next few minutes, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be arriving here at Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City, Accra, and the arrangement we understand is that he will be receiving the visiting president from a number of African countries. We have the president of Liberia, we are told, arrived yesterday. Namibian president also arrived. The president of Senegal, Swatome and Principe president. We have the Speaker of Parliament in Algeria, and the Barbados Vice Prime Minister. And of course, we also have Equatorial Guinea's Vice Prime Minister also in Ghana. So His Excellency will be receiving them here at Kempinski Hotel. But we know this conference started yesterday. What has been happening so far?
Well, let us put all this discussion into some context, because the reparations agenda has been going on for 30 years, from the days of when people like Moshood Abiola of Nigeria championed the matter at the African Union, and also South Africa hosted a conference in Durban on reparations in the 2000 period. But yesterday the experts group met to discuss a draft resolution and went through paragraph by paragraph, section by section, adding and subtracting sentences, make sure that it met all the considerations that anybody would like to see, because reparations is a very broad subject. I usually refer to as an A to Z subject, from archaeology to zoology. They are all in there. So the trafficking of Africans for 300 years selling them into slavery, involved things that have affected our national development, our continental development, and the development of Africans and people of African descent in different regions of the world. There are people of African descent not only in the Caribbean, in the United States, in Latin America, in Europe, but also in Asia. You go to places like Papua New Guinea or Solomon Islands, you find a lot of very, very black people. You have to ask them, how did they get here? So the summit is very broad, and that's why the African Union Commission has decided that it's a 10-year agenda. It's not 1 year. And so it's not a 1 year decade, 1 year, a year of preparations as it used to be. But now they've declared a 10-year decade of preparations. And so everyone that is coming here is aware of the long-term project. It involves countries apologizing, or institutions, not just countries, but institutions such as Catholic Church, or some kingdoms, or companies that were involved in the slave trading process, offering apologies at the first step of preparation.
So would you say this is really the other aspect where we talk about reparatory justice that will fall with this apology you reference?
The reparatory justice involves numerous steps. The Caribbean community has come with a 10-point agenda. For example, the African community has not come with a particular agenda that can be numbered, but it's numerous, at least 10 to 15, depending on how the expert groups decide to brand it. But even if you look at the 10 steps, the apology is always the number one, because without an apology, you really can't discuss anything. So we are pleased to learn of the government of France, for example, apologizing in their own language. Then the papacy, the Pope Leo, also apologizing for what the Catholic Church did, because many of the things that happened were based on the blessings of the Catholic Church and the declarations by Pope after Pope for 300 years that enslaving Africans actually is not a sin, it's not a crime, and so forth. So all those things have to be, purged out of the minds of many of us Africans and people of African descent, because they were given blessings by kings and queens and European monarchs and by popes and all of that. And if we now have discovered that we have human rights, and so these offenses were against the human rights declarations of the United Nations and African Union and all the charters of civilized countries, then the time is now for those who did not see the light properly or saw the light of evil to recant their positions and to take a new position. At the end of the day, the experts are reminding us that it's not just the apologies and even restitution. In other words, returning artifacts that may have been stolen from different countries, whether they are Benin masks, whether they are the Asante stools, whether they are kente cloths from Ghana and many other artifacts from other parts of the world. But also the fact that at the end of the day we are looking for the development of Africa in particular, and the development of the black race that has been halted or was arrested or was deviated or was falsified, because even the map of Africa was not properly presented. There's a certain map of Africa that is in use around the world, which makes Africa look smaller than it should be. The languages of Africa were distorted. In cases they were taken away. People were asked not to speak their own languages. So there's very few African Americans who are the descendants of slaves of 200, 300 years who speak an African language. Because their languages, whether they're Congolese, Ethiopian, Akan, Baule, were all taken away from them. They were not allowed to speak their language, native languages, and they ended up speaking English. So, one of the contributions to civilization, I guess, is the English language. That's why we are using English language now to reach a wide audience, even though there are over 500 African languages that we could have used instead. So you may say that is a positive aspect of whether colonialism or even the slave trade, but there are more negative aspects, many more. Okay, so there are many crimes that were committed.
Good to hear. There's a lot more we'll be talking about, but for those who are joining us, I'm engaging Ghana's representative on reparations, Dr. Efo Gabra. He is also served as Ghana's foreign minister, so his portfolio, Ghana's ambassador to the United States. And of course, we know United States is one of the countries which was heavily involved in the slave trade. Unfortunately, they didn't give Ghana the vote when His Excellency went to the United Nations in April for the resolution. Now, as somebody who has played a role as a diplomat, I believe that your current portfolio gives you enough room to network. How is your office's mandate going to enhance this cause for Africa?
Well, remember that my office was created by the President of Ghana, and his office was created by the African Union. The African Union basically actually started from former President Akufo-Addo, who was the first to be asked to be a champion for reparations for the African Union. And of course, when President Mahama took over that position, he reflected on it, and he, being a historian, is more familiar than this subject, or the subject than most of us. But he decided that actually we should take this matter to the United Nations. And so in 2004, he announced at the United Nations that the following year, which was 2005, last year, he will bring a resolution to the United Nations declaring the slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity. And that is what he did last year. Now, having done that, it was important for him to also do what he's doing now, which is to rally the world to discuss the resolution that was passed. So the expert group really started with the resolution that has already been passed by the United Nations and was drilling down deeper to see the implementation of that resolution. And when you're trying to implement that very detailed resolution, you find that there are aspects that, as we have said, are of a historical nature, aspects that are of a geographical nature, aspects that are of an economic development nature, aspects that are of a health and psychological, religious, nature. So you are digesting the resolution from all these academic and semi-academic aspects, so that the world, the global community can appreciate better all the dimensions of the agenda. It's a very large agenda.
It's a very large agenda, and when I was going through the briefing notes ahead of this conference, I noticed three things. That this platform is going to reflect on the resolution's implications across generations and regions. This is a broad area. You are looking at history and the future. It shall also generate a comprehensive outcome, a document to guide the UN Secretary General's report to the 82nd General Assembly. And among other objectives, it is to institutionalize a cross-regional forum to sustain political momentum, foster accountability, and continue the reparations dialogue. This big English, what does it mean?
It means that there were crimes committed against African and from African descent over a period of years. It is important for those criminals to be identified, for them to apologize. And once you apologize, you have to establish the procedures for them on restitution, what they did wrong, what are they willing to do to prevent their wrong. All the way to how to develop our economy, how to improve our health, and culture from cultural or diversity, and every aspect of African development that you can think about. That's in general what it means for the ordinary Ghanaian or the ordinary citizens of the world to understand. We are talking about African development, issues of our residents, and supply, and our resources stolen, and our still being stolen anyway.
There's a lot to talk about, so just hold on briefly. Let me update those following us on the presidency's social media handles, and of course, Wezo TV, which is broadcasting this live to several platforms in Ghana, in Africa, and across the globe. This is a subject of interest, especially because for hundreds of years, Africans have suffered under what they describe as an orchestrated scheme by mostly Western countries to suppress us, and after years of enslavement, they have doctored the global order in such a way that Africa has always been dependent on what they do. Most of our resources were stolen or were taken away or sold through their agents at the time. But what we know is that today, those leaders from across Africa, civil society organizations, international organizations like UNESCO, etc., the diaspora community, which is here in their numbers, with the support of the Foreign Ministry of Ghana, the Presidency of Ghana, and of course, many other actors will be brainstorming over the next 2 days. In the next few minutes, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the African champion on reparations, will be arriving. The schedule we understand is that as soon as he arrives, the other visiting African leaders will also arrive in the following order: Algeria, Barbados, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Namibia, and then of course the Liberian president will follow. After they have all arrived, they will then be ushered into the main conference room where the conversation will begin through the opening session, which will be live on this network. For now, I am engaging Ghana's special envoy on reparations, or Ghana's representative on reparations, a former ambassador to the United States, Dr. Ekosio Gabra. Of course, I also have one Kweku Dako, a historian, an academician from the University of Ghana, who will also be joining us to speak specifically about the historic aspect of all what we'll be talking about. It's been ages, and many young people actually have forgotten the past. They don't know much about what our ancestors have been through. So, who is your office engaging?
Everyone that is willing to even though we are refugees, we have been part of many of these communities. So, for example, the president of Ghana invited me to join the Africa Union Commission. February this year, when the Wednesday for the Africa Union Commission. Of course, every country of Africa is there for Africa engagement. There will be a special meeting that we also met the Africa Union officials.
Special envoy from Portugal, which was one of the earliest slave traders. That's why Elmina, for example, was built by the Portuguese. Don Diego da Zambuja was one of the earliest explorers from Portugal to Ghana. And the Portuguese were allowed by a papal bull of demarcation of the whole world. The Pope at the time told the world that he divided the world into two. The Portuguese were to take the eastern part of the world to explore for exploration purposes, and the Spaniards were to take the western part of the world to explore. So that's why most the western countries are Latin American countries, speak Spanish, and Brazil speaks Portuguese. But most of the colonies in Africa that are not English or French speakers are Portuguese colonies, or former Portuguese colonies, not the Angola, Mozambique, or Verde. So that's why Africa has so many languages. Because there was also a conference in Berlin where Africa was divided by colonialists as their personal property. And the kings of Europe, like in Leopold, took their own countries as they wish and killed people or maimed them if they refused to undertake certain production on their behalf. So even though the slave trade took place and some of our forefathers went to the Western world, those who remained also endured another form of pain and suffering in the form of presence, right?
So I can tell you that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has arrived here at the Kempinski Hotel, Gold City, Accra. And as I said earlier, His Excellency, with the African champion on reparations, will be receiving some of his counterparts from some of the African countries. Once they arrive, the processes will begin. And so, in short, is the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. I can tell you that His Excellency, former President John Adjei came a while ago. We have a lot of dignitaries from the African continent who are here. It's exciting to see our President arriving. He should be a happy man now because the bold step he took is reaping some dividends, which is the positive response we are receiving so far.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. I mean, when the idea of going to the United Nations with the resolution came up, he himself has reported that there were many skeptics, many countries trying to water him down or trying to discourage him, trying to say, well, it's too early, people are not ready, you may not get the right votes. But he stood firm, and he instructed the Foreign Minister, Mr. Blakwa, also to stand firm. And together, and with support from many other countries and some of us, the resolution went through, and we got 123 countries voting in favor. Some 50 or so, mostly European countries.
So the white lady working with the president and the foreign minister, who is she, if you know her?
Cannot.
Okay, so obviously she'll be one of those working with the secretariat that is facilitating this process. But beyond President Kufuor, the African presidents who have already arrived and should be joining us any moment from now. So in short, it's His Excellency John Dramani Mahama having exchanging some pleasantries with former President John Kufuor. It will look like a lot of African leaders now mean business. Absolutely. From what started so many years ago, and President Mahama finished at the UN General Assembly in April.
Every African leader voted for it in February at the African Union. So as for Africa, we are 100% in favor. It's the countries that were the culprits and the criminals who sometimes have are dodging their responsibility and are postponing the day of reckoning. But the day is coming forward. There's only so far you can run. If the Pope himself has admitted that yes, the papacy was part of the criminal syndicate and they are confessing their crimes against humanity, then that's the beginning. And time to negotiate. Now, beyond Africa, it's also very important to know that other non-African countries, such as the Chinese, came to give a statement of support yesterday at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Russians also came to also offer solidarity at the expert group meeting. And so there are a lot of non-African countries who also observed what was happening around the world, or who have learned this from their history books, know this to have been a criminal situation, and it has affected racism, that produced racism. The fact that, the history books tell us, for example, an English book, like Othello. In that book, Othello was a general, a black general in the Roman army, and who fell in love with a white girl. And the book, Shakespeare, made it look as if it was very normal at that time. That is, blacks were respected at that time. Except that after that, when slave trade and other things began, blacks became inferior in the minds of Europeans and many other races.
There is an important aspect of all this conversation.
Yes.
It will look like civilization over the period has cut off what the young men or people of our status, our age today, may remember a little of what may have gone on in the past.
Yes.
But our books may not be telling the generations a lot about the bitter part of our sustenance as a group of people.
Well, UNESCO and its Director General and its Deputy Director General who are here have indicated that there are books or documents or histories that they as UNESCO have approved for member countries to publish as they may wish. So really it's up to each member country. And so UNESCO has a UNESCO Commission for Ghana here in Ghana, and they have an office in Ghana as well. And so it's up to the Ministry of Education, working with my office and any number of other offices, to make sure that the content of our books reflect the true history of our continent. But of course, often some of these are ideological. So depending on which party is in office, some may also like to go along with the historical and truths for whatever reason. And then those who are Pan-Africanists, like Nkrumah's, such as myself, will argue very fiercely for the truth to be revealed in our history books. But it's a lot of work to start changing the history books all the way from kindergarten, because early childhood education, there are many things you can teach children, between the ages of 3, 4, 5, because many psychologists will tell you that the child's development between the age of 3 to 10 may often be the most important areas of their formative mindsets. And by the time they become teenagers and beyond, it becomes very difficult to modify their minds. But of course, a lot can be done in secondary schools, in universities as well. So by the time a person becomes of age to vote, whether 16 or 18, or to get married, whether 18 or 21, they are well informed human being. And that's why Ghana, created, for example, a young pioneer movement specifically to teach our young people the history of Africa and the issues of nationhood and nationalism and patriotism and civility and other things which have unfortunately been erased by those who were opposed to diplomats. So in the Ghanaian situation, there's a lot of work to be done.
Okay, so I'm still engaging Ghana's representative on reparations, Dr. Eko Spiogabra. He's spoken briefly about history, what we have missed and what you need to know, of course, especially when we talk about reparations and look at some of the objectives in there, how we are going to translate this speech chalked by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama through the resolution which was overwhelmingly endorsed in April, going forward by building the psyche of our youth to look at how we can leverage on this, especially when African leaders are talking about sovereignty. We have a historian who will be joining us shortly. But before you take leave of us, there will definitely...
Just for the example, Wole Soyinka, the famous...
You are talking about Wole Soyinka, yes. Okay, so he's just telling me, I think I just missed it, that Professor Wole Soyinka has just also arrived to participate in this event. So before you take leave of us, what would you share with the young people of Ghana, what they need to know and why they should be interested in this conversation?
Well, we have been enslaved as people, we have been colonized as people, we have fought for our political liberation as people, so we have the semblance of political independence. But the truth is that we are not economically independent, we are also not spiritually and mentally independent. So even our famous Bob Marley talked about the enslavement of the mind. Many of his songs were about the liberation of the mindset. So the mindset is where we should begin with. How to liberate our minds from mental slavery. This was Bob Marley's language, and it's still the same. And so
just let me cut in briefly. As part of this conference, we know that there will be the mountain of this art exhibition, which would display some of these implements. I would describe them as implements, but we all know what they were used for. Help us understand them while we prepare for the historian to join us.
Well, someone else who helped put this together would be a more expert person. But we can see chains of various kinds and implements.
What is the story to tell? Kwekudaku will tell us, but one word before you step out.
It's part of the relics of the slave trade. How dehumanizing it was when you keep a human being chained to the ground for 30 to 40 days or 60 days, as the person is kept in a castle or a fort. 30 of them littered along the coast of Ghana, Elmina, Usu Castle, Abanzi and all that. Then 2 to 3 weeks or more to transport them across the oceans, where some of them will die in the water, some will be thrown overboard. They can't move from them.
So as we speak, one of the presidents and then the VVIPs is arriving. Because of your role, I know you'll be receiving or part of the receiving party or welcoming party. So we are grateful for this in-depth conversation, especially referencing us to what many of us did not know. And of course, we believe that your office will succeed. Thank you very much. And that is Dr. Eko Spiogabra, Ghana's representative on reparations. So in your shortly, you would see that the Prime Minister or Vice Prime Minister of the President of Senegal has just arrived. He's being ushered in by the Chief Protocol at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama obviously will be part of the delegation which will be welcoming them. We are live from Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City in Accra, where this conference is trying to break down the historic feat chalked by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the African champion of reparations. And of course, this conversation is translating into what Africa can get out of this. So while we welcome the President of Senegal, what can you share with many people listening to us in Ghana, across Africa, across the globe, about the history behind this painful path our ancestors walked through under the supervision of the whites, the West Pacific?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, slave trade, or what we call chattel enslavement, is something that actually occurred as a result of the economic changes in the West. And from the beginning, it started as a sort of the need for domestic servants, starting with when the Catholic Church came with the papal bull, which enabled some of the Africans to be taken to Europe, where they were used for some domestic works. And so that's the first kind that started. Then when the demand for...
So let me cut in briefly. So His Excellency just a while ago had received the President of Senegal. I can tell you that the next VVIP is also following as soon as our cameras catch a glimpse of her. That's the Namibian president, I guess, who has also arrived. I told you a number of them arrived yesterday for this very, very important conference, which is looking at what next after the UN resolution, which described transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. But you are giving us some background historical facts.
So that demand actually called for the need to get human beings to work in the plantations in the Caribbean as well as in the Americas, in the cotton farms. So the demand for these industrial products like cloth, sugar, and with sugar, coffee played a major role in it, because coffee was bitter and there's the need to get sugar to soften it for people to drink. So these product cloths we wear, which is with the cotton, as well as the sugarcane plantation, which will produce the sugar. These demanded a lot of people to be taken to the Caribbean and then to the America. So the demand for human beings or chattels enslavement actually resulted as a result of these changes in the West, and as a result there was a need for human labor, and they don't have the human labor. So the first people they started with the Irish.
So let me cut in briefly. So in short, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has just received the Namibian president, a very pretty lady. People of Namibia should be proud of her. A few women who are playing such leadership role on the continent, and so many will follow shortly before the official opening ceremony of the event. But we still have to go back to history.
Yeah, so that demand actually called for a lot of people. So they started with the Irish. When they started with the Irish, we call it indentured servitude. The Irish for some time could not withstand the vagaries of the weather in the West. They were dying. And then certain experimentation also went on, and they realized that the black African has the capability to withstand all the vagaries of the weather, something they call the epidemiological aspect of the slavery. So slavery is a whole lot of venture from the capitalist school of thought, where they actually planned, went into the scientific aspect of it, the religious aspect of it, and then the economic aspect of it, before it was rolled out, as we see. So it is not something that just happened out of vacuum. It was carefully choreographed capitalist idea of using human capital free to produce certain outcome for economic benefit.
Now, when I was doing my research, I was looking at this particular question to put to you, that narratives often omit the systematic disruption of African civilizations, the impact on African economies and society. When I was growing up, for example, my orientation was that anything that is outside Ghana, anything that is outside Africa is superior. And so I have been conditioned to assume that whatever we do is less in terms of appreciation, in terms of value compared to our colonial masters. Where was the missing point?
Yeah, and I don't accept the idea of colonial masters. Nobody was our master. They were colonialists.
Okay.
So from now on,
we call them colonialists.
Colonialists. So what it is was that if you go back to history, when the Europeans came for trade, the economy of Europe was not far advanced than that of Africa. In fact, if you read some of the Gold Coast scholars, early books by someone like William Bosman, who was saying in his book, he wrote that here in Elmina and on the coast of West Africa, or we call it New Guinea, which is Gold Coast, You cannot find a child who is an orphan on the street, as we see it in the street of Amsterdam, as we see it in European capitals. But here, everybody is taken care of. The family take care of them. This shows you that, indeed, when we talk about socio-economic aspects of the Africans at that time, Europe was not far advanced from Africa as it is. But when the slave trade occurred, what happens was that the virile or the strong African men who ought to work in the agrarian sector, because African economy was highly propelled by the agrarian sector. So people who ought to work within the agrarian sector, who were at the apex of their energy, and they could use it to push the plantation farming or expand the agricultural farming, they were taken into Europe, and their labor was used in the farms and the plantations in Europe, and as a result, it boosted the economy of these western places, while they were able to get the consumable outcomes from their sweat. Again, when this slave trade also occurred, because they were taking a lot of people from Africa, it led to depopulation. So Africa was depopulated. A lot of people were taken away from our continent, who ought to have been here and be engaged in the productive sectors of the economy at the time. All these people were evacuated or kidnapped into the plantation farmings to work for the Western labor. Okay, so these are some of the things that happen. Again, the slave trade itself also, because of the way they invade and sometimes the kidnapping that went on, it also led to a lot of conflicts within society. So we see inter-ethnic warfare that also went on because people invade and raid and they take people. So this kind of system actually affected the African economy in a way that today we are talking about, because when there's a
we have another VVIP arriving, and as we said, the official opening ceremony will begin as soon as they come in. I told you earlier about the Namibian president. It will look like what we are seeing in shots is actually the arrival of Her Excellency, as we spoke about. So what you saw earlier was not her, but I mentioned the various countries which are represented, which will be joining this very important event. So the Namibian president is now arriving. What we saw earlier in short, which was referenced, was actually not her. Apologies, but we can tell you that many of them are coming to join this very, very important event. You would notice that over the years, as we grew up looking at human beings, as we moved from one generation to another generation, history books or education would tell you that our learning processes were from passing information from our parents to our children, and that will be how information was taught for posterity. So what could have been the reason why today, as we speak, it will look like only the educated can say much or can remember much about the painful slave trade, and not our traditional leaders who perhaps should have documented evidence to prove the pain we went through. You see the Namibian president being ushered into the waiting room where His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Senegalese president, is also already in there for this important conference. While you are answering the question, our viewers can see how they are being ushered into the waiting room where His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is.
What you said bordered on what we call oral tradition, that is passing on information from generation to generation, and it has been there. So most of the stories we now have in terms of slave history in the northern part of Ghana is mostly from the oral tradition. It is coming from songs that they sing about the invasion of the area by Babatu, for instance, it is something that is being captured by the Northern. Some of the songs and the festivals they do, they choreograph some of these songs and they sing. So oral tradition can be embedded in the storytelling, it can be embedded in the songs, it could be even in the festival celebrations about how it happens. So it is not that the tradition authorities do not have. They have it with them, and historians are still using it to actually rewrite some of the histories that some areas that were never ruled. And as I told you, that is what is being done in the northern regions. Ethnic groups and ethnic groups are using the oral traditions they have, and they are reconstructing some of the slave trade incidences that occurred in their community. Even south, there are some families also who were involved in their houses. So if you look at certain buildings that have died.
And so just to cut in, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is ushering the Namibian president to have a handshake, exchange pleasantries with His Excellency John Kufuor, the former president of Ghana. And so that's where the VVIPs are waiting. And then I'm told another VVIP has just joined. We have a number of them coming from different countries. I will mention the countries as they come in. We have Equatorial Guinea, we have Algeria, Speaker of Parliament representing Algeria coming in. We have Barbados, Prime Minister, Honorable Mayor Amor Motre. We have Sao Tome and Principe President, Senegalese President who is already in, the Namibian President who you saw a while ago in your shots, and the Liberian President who is also going to be part of this. So His Excellency will be part of this event. You see the Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is also leading him to the waiting room. But let's continue this very important aspect of our history that we need to know.
Yeah, so for the oral tradition, as I said, we're still there. Historians are still relying on these sources to add to the written sources that we already have. So it is not that we don't actually have it. It is there. It is still being written, and history is a continuous project. And so over a time, people rediscover new information, and then we continue to write. But the most important thing that we need to look at is sometimes people think those things are not in our society. But if you are a researcher and you go to communities, you will see that certain families, they have it. And a history of chattel slavery or enslavement itself used to be a taboo subject in Ghana. So if you look at our early historians, from Edubuayan, the Fins, and then Adufenis and Co., they did not concentrate on the issues of slave trade. So slave trade issues became something of the early 90s coming up. That is why people think it wasn't there, because it was an issue that was quite unpalatable for the Africans. So it was very difficult for the academics of the time to actually touch. So we do not have books that goes back into history in the 60s, 70s that talk about.
But as a researcher, there is one aspect of what you do as collections. I believe that a while ago we saw the display of some of these artifacts, some of these implements that were used to torture or to manhandle our ancestors who found themselves in Europe or parts of the Americas, etc. But there is another aspect of all this that some have been speaking to, the need for example, our tourism ministry to take advantage to bring together many of the things you just referenced, that as a researcher you find these sitting in many homes, where the blacks in diaspora who appear to be a bit more emotional about this conversation than many of us who are back home on the continent, to appreciate what the reality was.
Yeah, so some of these artifacts you are talking about, they are the museums. So when you go to the museums, all the Regent's House on South Museum, the Accra Museum, all the artifacts you are talking about, you will get it. When you go to Cape Coast, there is a museum. When you go to Elmina, there is a museum. And even some of the forts have museums. You go to Anamabu, there is a museum in the Fort William there. If you go to Fort Amsterdam in Comanche, there is some there. So people, when we encourage domestic tourism, and people begin to travel, they will see that some of these artifacts they think they are not around, they are all there. And so there's the need for us to promote domestic tourism and also let people know that history in terms of slavery is also supported by archival works. So the people in the archaeology sector, okay, who also do the unearthing of some of these historical artifacts, we need to also include them in this issue of slave narrative that we are discussing, because it is quite critical that people should know what went on, how the ancestors suffered, and for them to appreciate this very well, there is need for them to see the evidence of these artifacts which were used as a trade of the time. So that is very important. But I want to add that when we talk of slave issue, and a lot of people in our country do not understand. First, when people are enslaved, whether through captives, whether through slave markets, whether through kidnapping, and they are being sent, when they bring them to the beach, that place where they come is what we call the point of embarkation. So they bring them to the beach where they arrange them, oil them, shackle them, and then they arrange them in the slave ship. The distance between the land from where they took the people from the embarkation to the land of destination, that is where they are taking the slave. That is what we call middle passage. So all the water that the vessel passed through, that is the middle passage. And then when they reach the destination, okay, then that is where they re-auction them, and the human being is bought like an item. And then they then send them into the slave plantation where they go and work. Within all this
very soon we will be joined on your screens, not on set, by the Liberian president, who has also just arrived. He's among the dignitaries from different African countries who will be part of this. In fact, many of these leaders you have seen walk past our cameras are also going to speak at this very special conference that is taking place at Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City in Accra. And I'm here with Kwabena Darko, who is a historian and academician. Of course, we earlier spoke to Dr. Ekos Pio Gabra, who is Ghana's representative on reparations, who helped us to understand exactly what work lies ahead for his office, for African leaders, for African countries, for civil society organizations, which have key roles to play, and of course, international organizations and members of the diaspora who have been here in their numbers. I can tell you that earlier this week, for example, congressmen from the US, some of them blacks, were at the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and they were also given the opportunity to partake in the beginning processes of the 3-day event that is taking place here in Accra. So Kwabena, as Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa ushers in the Liberian president, I want to ask, how can we educate our communities to connect wealth gaps and systematic inequalities of today directly to the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah, so as we have explained earlier, that already the transatlantic slave trade actually affected the African economy, and that the global disparity or the world systems that we see today apparently flew from that trade, which actually brought the sharp division between the West and then the Africa, because at that time the competitive economy around that time was the agrarian sector. What have changed is that now the world economy has opened. We have the services sector, we have the ICT, and so on. And as a result of colonization, you know, when we speak about slave trade, we also forget the ideas of colonization and imperialism that also came, and so we sort of suffer from sort of triple oppression. So after the slavery, you became colonized, and then imperialism, the power of the global system, where the Africans did not even have a say, but the very Europeans themselves were colonizing Africa, and they integrate Africa into the global system, where Africans themselves were not participants. And so whatever they did was to their benefit, and Africans didn't have a say. This is where some people who often attack Africans are not doing well, are not critical into to look at how colonization actually affected Africans, because Africans themselves were not involved in the running of that economy. And the Europeans know very well that a time will come they will go, and they wouldn't want your economy to do well so that you will compete with them. And so the world systems,
they have adopted the divide and rule tactics.
Absolutely.
But let me walk many of you who are following the presidency of Ghana social media handles, where we are bringing you the live broadcast of this 3-day conference. Today is day 2 at the Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City in Accra. I want to walk you through what you should expect on your screens after our conversation. The opening session will be in 2 parts. The welcome remarks will be done by Ghana's Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. There will be remarks by Ms. Leda Arthur Brito. She is the Assistant Director in charge, Assistant Director General of UNESCO. There will be remarks by Ms. Christine Tabira, who is the former Minister of Justice of the French Republic. It is very instructive because just recently the French president openly apologized for the pain Africans went through under this, what many would describe or simplify as the barbaric transatlantic slave trade, to the extent that people would want to bury history. We also have the Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union, who will also be speaking. The chair of CARICOM Reparations Commission will also speak at this event. There will be the keynote address by His Excellency Basiru Dikafaye, who is the President of the Republic of Senegal. There will be remarks by the Namibian President. There will be remarks by the Liberian President, the President of the Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, the Prime Minister, the Vice Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Barbados will also speak, and of course His Excellency Sergio Obiang Mangwe, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, who is also going to speak. Our President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, technically is also hosting this event. And then we have Advisory Council on Reparatory Justice, expert panel on restitution of cultural artifacts, and panel of legal experts for reparatory justice. This appears to be a packed 3-day conference, today being day 2. So between today and tomorrow, a lot of experts will be involved in a lot of conversations. Does it satisfy your expectations for the first leg after the feature at the UN General Assembly?
Absolutely, because if you look at Africa, we have been late. For the CARICOM, they have started a long time ago in terms of even how much should be calculated for reparation and what have you. So this is the change that was used to actually change the people within the shape. And then when they change them, they lie down. And when you lie down, you are not able to stand up.
I've seen hooks, I've seen padlocks.
Yes. So this padlocks, as you see, is a modern one, but you see the older ones that are there.
But the one designed like a human being with a round head and something like an arm. From your history books, what were the roles these were playing? What they did?
Those were lockers, and sometimes for people not to hurt their skull.
So
they put some.
Our cameras can stop briefly. I've seen the artist statement, and there was a write-up. I believe they will come back to it, but help us appreciate this very important Guinness Book of Records certificate. The largest leaf print painting is 54.33 meters. So even at that time, I can tell you that civilization was progressing steadily for Africans.
Yes, so they make these chains actually to bind the people down, so that you cannot stand up to attack your enslaver and so on. And it also enabled them to package the people like the way sardine is done. So you lie down vertically, okay, and then it makes it easier for you to get a lot of people. Even as you see it like that, sometimes the ships are overloaded. And when the ship is overloaded, because the human being is treated as a goose, just like Coke bottles, cargo. So as soon as even if the ship capsizes, they go back to their countries and they go and take insurance.
They were taking insurance?
Yes, if the people die.
And I also understand sometimes the people offloaded some onto the sea.
Of the sea. So when you offload them into the sea without letting the owners know, they can sue the ship because they gave you a number of people that you're supposed to take. Commodity. So if you throw his commodity overboard, there's the need for you to explain why you threw the commodity overboard. And this is how they describe our ancestors who were enslaved. Okay, and it wasn't a good thing at all. So there is an issue of Zong affair where
so at this stage the program should be beginning any moment from now. You can see a group photograph by His Excellency President from some of the African countries, prime ministers who are representing their countries. We know members of the diaspora are also here in their numbers. For them, they see this as a very emotional aspect of their history. And I can tell you that Senator James Sanders from the New York State Senator will be speaking, a representative of the Russian Federation, a representative from the reparation stakeholders will be speaking, and the Ghana Youth Federation, and then all African Students Union are all billed to be part of this very important event. So immediately after the group photograph, we believe that the opening session will officially begin. But let's be wrapping up. So going forward, what do you think ordinary Africans, ordinary Ghanaians, our traditional authorities, members in academia like you should be doing to support this bold initiative by President John Mahama, CARICOM, and many African leaders who overwhelmingly supported the resolution at the UN General Assembly?
Yeah, so what we should do is a sensitization. We need to have a more shows on TV in communities to explain to people the dehumanizing nature of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in general. Because normally people often talk about transatlantic slave trade. There was also trans-Saharan slave trade. There was also Indian Ocean slave trade. All these things affected Africans. So there were 4 forms of slave trade that have affected Africa. And if one continent goes through that, you can see the effect that the person will go through. And so some aspect of what we have today, despite our modernist problems we have created, historically there is underlying factor of slavery which led to that, and we need to explain to our people. Again, we also need to also compliment and our brothers in the diaspora, particularly the African Americans and those in the Caribbean. They were the people that this dehumanization actually affected more. So from the very beginning, they have participated in the issues of this nature. And I
remember the days of Pana Fest when it was introduced in the late 80s, for example. They appeared to show interest, but it faded over the period.
Yeah. So they have always wanted the idea of reparation to come in. So in the United States, they have mooted the idea a long time ago within the United States. When it comes to going to UN, it was Paul Robson, who is an African American, who come with the idea that this need to be put into a global level to be discussed. At that time, people did not understand. The opportunities did not come. Thank God, now we have opportunity. We've gone to move the motion, and we've won the motion. This is the time for us to come up with a comprehensive and watertight argument that is not burdened on any emotions, but based on historical. To women especially, where their reproductive health systems were abused by the oppressors in the West and so on.
Were raped, babies were killed.
So if you go into a slavery, you the woman, you are the property of your slave owner. he can sleep with you, and when he gave birth with you, your children belongs to him. And then, in fact, the entire slave in his plantation belongs to the slaveholder. And as a result, you are just a property, and you misbehave. They will do what? They will lynch you, they will kill you, and there is no law that can come and be visited upon them to answer.
As we speak, the conference room is now packed. I can see Professor Wole Soyinka with his white hair, that is his trademark, seated with his fingers crossed, waiting patiently to hear the presentations to be made by several African leaders and many other very important personalities built to speak at this event. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the peers are moving in to take their seats. As soon as they sit, the national anthem will be played, and I believe that the opening session will officially begin, and that's where we'll cross over into the main conference room to continue the live broadcast of this very, very important event, which has several objectives. One of them is to reflect on the resolution implications across generations and regions, which will also look at how to generate a comprehensive outcome document to guide the UN Secretary General's report to the 82nd General Assembly, and among other objectives, institutionalize a cross-regional forum to sustain political momentum, foster accountability, and continue the reparations dialogue. And so we were wrapping up on what you think we should be doing going forward.
Yeah, and in addition, Ghana government and Ghanaians in general must also be applauded for taking this initiative and leading Africans to this end. Everybody must support this endeavor because it has had effect on our economy, our very existence as we are, something that has made some of our family to be in the diaspora. And again, Ghana government, as I said, need to recommend it again, because when it comes to idea of reparative citizenship, we have already made a move of actually opening avenues for people in the diaspora who want to come and take up Ghanaian citizenship to come in. And as you know, over the time, short, some people have become Ghanaians.
So I just had a handshake with Professor Wole Soyinka. Many of you students or middle-aged men, old men, may have read many of his books, which tells a lot of stories, which pricks our conscience actually about who we are, Africans, and what our values should be.
So it works like Kongi's Harvest, Trial of Brother Jerome. That's the man. He is really a serious a novelist as well as a poet, and he's a giant in Africa. So if all these people are here, then you could see the importance attached to this meeting. And there is the need for us to do this, because between 2026 to 2035 has been declared a decade of action. And what we are doing right now forms part of it, so that we'll be able to have a comprehensive document which we can use to go to the UN General Assembly to go and make our case and present it to all the perpetrators of the slave trade, for them to also acknowledge first by apologizing as French has done, and then move on to the idea of reparation. And the reparation as is going on, and I know definitely the idea of international partnership, monetary policies, the idea of certain grants, the idea of financial restitutions, and all other things will come into it, because what happened to the blacks, both within the Africa itself and then at the diaspora where they went to suffer, is something that money cannot even calculate.
Let me ask this rhetorical question that comes up when you have normal conversations with friends. Several years ago, then former president, our founder, Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the Robert Mugabe, the Nyereres, etc., had a dream of having a united Africa that could look at leveraging in terms of economy, in terms of global conversations with the West or with Asia, etc. But this colonial issues and the divide and rule tactics made it difficult, and for years we still talk about that dream. This is another platform for Africans to come together. As a historian looking at politics across different levels, do you foresee challenges that our leaders must begin to look at and nip in the bud before it is too late?
Yeah, so if you look at it, for example, when all the Africans voted except Benin, that stayed out. And you could see Benin stayed out because the colonial Benin economy itself was based on slave trade. So the idea of, guilty consciousness about them and they going into it could be the factor. So that is where you see Benin specifically. And then there are certain Southern African countries who also felt that this slave trade did not occur within their community as it is. But even if in your community this wasn't the issue, there was issue of colonization which you suffered. So what we are talking about reparation, if you go to Namibia, the reason why Namibia is very interested in this is because of the German pogrom against the Hereros in Namibia, where they kill a number of the Herero citizens in terms of their colonization there, and they had to pay reparations to them. So reparation, even before we were discussing it, certain African countries were seeking reparations for some of the things that the colonial authorities did against them. And then we have the issue of the slave trade, and we have issue of new colonialism, and so on. That shows that we cannot fight this battle individually,
so
but to be united.
Will be going there again shortly. If our directors can assist, you would notice that the VVIPs are being led on a tour of some of what we can use to represent the pain our ancestors went through. And this is one important aspect of all this exercise. If you don't understand what it means, what slave trade means, what people went through, the losses in terms of human capital, lives that were slaughtered, people who were turned into animal zoos at the pleasure of those involved in this barbaric actions. If you don't appreciate how it meant for our ancestors who survived it back home, who may have lost their husbands, their wives, etc., and what it means for our survival tomorrow, then you would understand what is going. So this will be in the museums for us to understand. But as you see in your shots, His Excellency is leading the delegation, as in VVIPs, into the main hall. And as soon as we are prompted that the program inside the conference room is ready, we will be crossing over. So I have been doing this with Kweku Dako Accra. It's a researcher, a historian, and at the University of Ghana, Legon. Earlier, I had been speaking to Dr. Eko Spiogabra. So thank you very much for this conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Before we take the national anthem.
So one word is that this is an important thing that we should all support, so that the global economic system that has not favored us
I have to cross over to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. Stay with us. The live coverage continues. Charlie, thank you. So make I take you in there. You will go take your business. Charlie.
Oh, And now, ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the African Union.
Thank you, Kokwe.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the Father of all nations and sovereign over every generation, we come before you this day with gratitude, humbled hearts, and determined spirits, acknowledging that you alone hold the full weight of history in your hands. We acknowledge also the original stewards, the ancestors, elders, and stalwarts of our homelands herein gathered, who toiled without compassion or compensation, and whose shoulders we now stand on to build, share, and learn for our collective liberation and sovereignty as we deliberate on the next steps to the landmark United Nations resolution on the trafficking of enslaved Africans. We pray you grant our distinguished leaders gathered in this room the courage that does not shrink from hard truths, courage to speak what must be said and do what must be done, even when the path is uncomfortable and the cost is high. Bring healing, not the kind that rushes to forget, but the deep, honest healing that comes when truth is acknowledged, when accountability is embraced, and when the descendants of the enslaved can finally see in the actions of the nations of the world that their ancestors mattered. And finally, O God, bind us in unity across continents, across differences, and may we leave here united by the shared conviction that every or never again shall the dignity of any human being be traded, commodified, or erased. May wisdom lead every word, may integrity guard every decision, and may history remember this moment not merely as a conference, but as a turning point. This we pray of thee, thou great God of all nations, in faith and with thanksgiving. Amen. Please be seated. Ghana, we now have freedom. Ghana, land of freedom, toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor, toils of the brave which have brought great results. This is how we say good morning and welcome to Accra, Ghana, which sits at the center of the earth. It is the heartbeat of Pan-Africanism and home to every African and every person of African descent. Since 1958, when the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah opened Ghana's doors to all Africans with the All Africans People's Congress. We welcome you to this two-day high-level consultative conference on the next steps to the landmark United Nations resolution on the trafficking of enslaved Africans, called at the instance of the government of Ghana, together with the African Union and UNESCO. I am gracefully yours, Jerry Ajololo. And together we will gracefully moderate every conversation, together with declarations that will arise from this place, leading to great deliverables.
Throughout the years, Ghana has stood long in the place of remembrance and reconciliation. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Such a gentleman. Thank you. Throughout the years, Ghana has long stood as a place of return, remembrance, and reconnection. Today, that responsibility continues through leadership, diplomacy, and renewed commitment to historical justice. It is our fervent hope and prayer that this conference of deep historical significance not only leaves us with remembrance and humility, but with a conscience of change, actionable change.
And talk about actionable change, we are pleased to acknowledge in our midst various heads of state and government whose mandates lie at the heart of the success of our collective endeavor. Would you please make welcome, chief amongst us, our convener, the African Union champion on advancing the cause of justice and reparations for Africans and people of African descent, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. We receive with great delight from Senegal, the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye.
Vous êtes très bienvenue dans notre pays, le Ghana. Bienvenue, monsieur.
Make welcome the President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. From Liberia, the President, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr.
And from Sao Tome, His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of the Republic of Sao Tome Principe.
From the Republic of Algeria, the Speaker of the Council of the Nation, the upper chamber of the Algerian Parliament, His Excellency Assous Nasri.
Her Excellency Mia Moore Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
We make welcome the Vice Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Manuel Osa Nsue Nsua. And joining us by way of a goodwill message is the President of the French Republic. Would you please make welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Macron. With great delight we receive a Ghanaian statesman, an African statesman, former President of our Republic, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Help me receive on behalf of the AUC Chairperson, the Representative, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union, Her Excellency Ama Chum Amoa.
And of course, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Samuel Okucheto Ablakwa.
And he leads a team of honorable ministers of state, members of parliament, and selected senators from home and abroad, together with distinguished commissioners and representatives of the AU, CARICOM, CELAC, and the United Nations, Excellencies, heads of mission, representatives of regional and international organizations, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the African Union, CARICOM, CELAC, UNESCO, and the United Nations are eminent traditional leaders led here today by the Vice President of the National House of Chiefs, the Butpegura Jinapo II, our distinguished delegates, civil society organizations, representatives of youth associations, members of the media, sons and daughters of the continent, together with our friends and well-wishers joining us here at the Kempinski Gold Coast City in Accra, on radio, on television, and online. Our word of greeting is simple. From the north, we say Sandezua. From Volta, we say Miawezon. And from Greater Accra, the heart, we say Obake. But let us greet you in that which you've known through the generations as the warmest greeting from Ghana. We say Akwaba, to which you all say Ya, Akwaba. And just like that,
one more time, Akwaba. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba. Ok, bienvenue mesdames et messieurs une fois de plus à cette conférence. On est très ravis de vous avoir ici. J'espère que votre séjour ici pendant quelques jours sera très chaleureuse. Bienvenue une fois de plus. Now, before we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, we like to take you back into time. In order for us to understand the significance of this gathering, remembrance is important. And to do that, we would like to take you through a documentary, Jerry, entitled The Weight of Memory. The documentary calls us to reflect, to listen, to remember, and to honor the millions whose sacrifices led us to this particular moment. It will be followed by a performance by Ghana's leading playwright, Lateef Abubakar, with a 12-minute adaptation which is called The Sun Must Not Set.
It's a touching story of the spirits and souls of those who endured the darkest chapter in human history and who walk amongst us still. That will set the stage for a formal welcome address which will be delivered by Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs on behalf of the government of Ghana. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please lend your attention to the screen for our opening documentary, The Weight of Memory.
Thank you.
They know my pain. They know my name.
Before diplomacy, before policy, before resolutions, there were human beings, not slaves, human beings.
Not as nations, but as memories. We gather not for the past, but for you.
Before diplomacy, before policy, before resolutions, there were human beings, not slaves, human beings. They came in chains across the ocean's rage. Named stolen spirit lacking, floating craze. Yet deep inside, a quiet fire stayed alive. A heartbeat, past in secrets, refusing to die. We gotta to remember, not to divide, but to proclaim the truth. We gotta to remember, every stolen life, every stolen youth. From churches to chamber, the second was closed. The healing begin where the world in a row. We gather to remember. To remember. We gather. But as memories, we are
On these shores, where the sun rose on humanity's darkest chapter, over 12 million packed, stacked, silent, shipped across the Atlantic, shared across the Americans, the Caribbeans, Brazil. These were not goods, humans. There is no such thing as a slave. Only human beings, trafficked and enslaved. And so, Fatu became Mary. Kofi became Bobby. Even the unborn were enslaved. But our names did not drown in the ocean. They waited in memory. The past is not past. This is memory refusing to die. Oh, a messenger can open the door, but it takes a people to walk through it. Oh, Africa, the diaspora, the Caribbeans, and all people of conscience, the burden of memory now belongs to us. If the sun sets on this tragedy on our shores, then the sun must not set on justice.
The sun must not set on true denial, on stolen names, stolen lies. Restore the past, repair the pain, let justice rise. Beneath the waters, Venus history try to repair. We cross centuries waiting for justice. Restore the past, oh, repair the pain. Do not let us die a second time. Remember us, repair what was broken. Oh, the sun must not set on justice. Even in chains, humanity resisted. Oh, I stood with Harriet Tubman, with Frederick Douglass. I marched with Marcus Garvey. Up, you mighty race, I dreamed with Martin Luther King Jr. I have a dream. I stood with Kwame Nkrumah. The independence of Ghana is meaningless unless... Oh, I endured with Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. I have seen change. I have seen empires. I have seen silence. Today, I see a choice. Oh, will you remember and repair? Or will you forget and be there? The sun must not set on justice. In time, a voice rose. Carrying centuries of unanswered prayer. Oh, we believe that our cries were heard in heaven. We believed that a messenger had been sent. And oh, we believe that voice became JM. Through him, memory found speech again.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear one more time for Lateef Abubakar on that very dramatic, emotional. Sometimes it takes a visual representation of the toil, the tears, and the history of what happened to our forefathers, our ancestors, those who paved the way for today's change. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we thank you for being attentive. May we please kindly welcome the one and the only Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Integration, Honorable Samuel Abakwa Okujoto.
Thank you very much, Michelle. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and the African Union Champion on Reparatory Justice. His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of Sao Tome and Principe. His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. His Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai Sr., President of Liberia. Her Excellency, the very Honorable Mia Amon-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. His Excellency Gaudencio Mohaba Mesu, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. His Excellency Azuz Nasri, the Speaker of the Parliament of Algeria, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, former President of the Republic of Ghana. I also acknowledge President Emmanuel Macron, who will be joining us virtually. I acknowledge Ms. Lydia Artabrito, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO. I acknowledge Her Excellency Amachum Amwa, the African Union Commissioner for Health and Humanitarian Services. I acknowledge Professor Hilary Beckles, the Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. I acknowledge the distinguished Professor Wole Soyinka, Nobel Laureate. I acknowledge His Excellency Jean-Marc Ayrault, former Prime Minister of France. I acknowledge His Excellency Ralph Gonzalez, the former Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I acknowledge His Excellency Her Excellency Epsi Campbell Barr, former Vice President of Costa Rica. I acknowledge distinguished ministers of state and heads of delegations, members of the diplomatic corps, the first Deputy Speaker of the Ghanaian Parliament, the Majority Leader of the Ghanaian Parliament, members of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. I also acknowledge Her Excellency Dr. Ntembo Nandi Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia. I acknowledge the President of the National House of Chiefs and all members of the National House of Chiefs. Permit me to also acknowledge our ambassadors and high commissioners in the Republic of Ghana, and acknowledge our experts, researchers, historians who were with us yesterday for the technical meetings, activists, leaders of civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound honor and great pleasure that I welcome you all on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, an African Union champion on reparatory justice, to Accra for this defining high-level Next Steps Conference on reparatory justice. Your Excellencies, permit me at the outset to express Ghana's deepest appreciation to each of you for accepting President Mahama's invitation and traveling from across Africa, the Caribbean, the Americas, Europe, Asia, and beyond to participate in this historic gathering. Your presence here is not only testament to the growing international commitment to reparatory justice, but also a powerful affirmation that the pursuit of historical truth, human dignity, and collective justice remains a shared responsibility of the global community. The march for reparatory justice has never seen this momentum. This is our moment. Victory is on the horizon. Our ancestors and posterity will be proud of our collective resolve. It is remarkable that exactly to this day, on the 18th of June, 1824, our ancestors chalked their first history in the British Parliament when the Parliament was compelled to pass the Consolidated Slave Trade Act, which formally declared slavery illegal. It is also fortuitous that it is this same week, the 19th of June, in 1864 that the last batch of slaves were declared free in the United States of America. So we have won many battles. We won the battle against slavery. We won the battle against colonialism. We won the battle against apartheid. And we are confident that we shall win the battle against reparatory injustice. We shall win that battle. And just as other atrocities receive reparatory justice, so shall the transatlantic enslavement also have its day in the court of justice. On behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished heads of state and government, foreign ministers, leaders of international organizations, eminent scholars, legal experts, members of civil society, and representatives of the African diaspora, whose participation enriches this important conversation. But Your Excellency, before proceeding further, permit me to digress a little bit. I want to convey to all of you Ghana's appreciation for your full support for the Black Stars last night. And I know this is important to all of you here, because when I welcomed you at the airport, you all wished the Black Stars well. And indeed, some of you requested for Black Star jerseys, led by the President of Liberia, President Boakai, the senior, who I was delighted to hand over the Black Stars jersey to, and I also handed over the jerseys to all our technical experts when we met for dinner last night. And you assured us of victory, and victory came. But what is even more fortuitous is that the name of the team, the Black Stars, was a name that the founder of our country, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, deliberately chose from his mentor, Dr. Marcus Garvey, the founder of the Black Star philosophy. And what makes our victory so exciting is that the son of Dr. Marcus Garvey, the renowned surgeon, Dr. Julius Garvey, is here with us. He received his jersey, and he's proud that the Black Stars is still flying high. So we thank you all for your support. Your Excellencies, this Next Steps Conference is truly a historic moment. Just a few months ago, on the 25th of March 2026, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama led a landmark effort, mobilized the international community with inspiring and courageous leadership. And on that day, collectively, we made history by an overwhelming majority of 123 member states voting in favor of the UN resolution. UN Resolution A/RES/A0/250 was adopted. And today, the United Nations record acknowledged that the transatlantic enslavement is the gravest crime against humanity. A major step forward towards the restoration of the dignity and the humanity of our ancestors. The adoption of Resolution A/RES/A0/250 marked a significant milestone in the global quest for reparatory justice and represented a collective acknowledgement of the gravest tragedies in human history and their enduring consequences for Africa and people of African descent. We commend our bold, our visionary, and our dynamic leader, the African Union champion for reparatory justice, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for that sterling leadership. But we acknowledge that President Mahama could not have achieved this alone. It took the contributions of all of you here scholars, researchers, activists, the youth, and the guidance of our leaders who are represented here. World leaders who know what time it is and who instructed their foreign ministers, their permanent representatives and ambassadors in New York to support this resolution. Our ancestors, Africans, and all people of African descent are eternally grateful to the 123 presidents and prime ministers who made this historic achievement possible. Your Excellencies, this conference marks the first major global platform following the adoption of the landmark resolution. As President Mahama has said, it offers us an opportunity to reflect collectively on what has been achieved, assess the challenges ahead, and most importantly, define a common pathway to advance reparatory justice within the international system. Since the adoption of this historic resolution, discussions on reparatory justice have gained unprecedented momentum across continents, governments, institutions, scholars, legal practitioners, community leaders, and citizens with renewed conversations about historical accountability, restitution, reconciliation, and sustainable mechanisms for redress. The growing international support for these conversations demonstrates that reparatory justice is no longer a peripheral issue. It is now firmly established as a legitimate global concern that demands serious engagement and thoughtful solutions. For those who thought that the UN resolution would be a mere academic exercise, are now revising their notes. We have all heard the apology from Pope Leo XIV, the head of the Catholic fraternity, apologizing for the role of the Catholic Church, the papal bulls that offered theological, doctrinal justification for slavery. And we, led by President Mahama and all members of our global coalition, have warmly accepted the apology of the revered Pope. We have also acknowledged the apology of the leader of the Church of Scotland for the role of the Church. We have also acknowledged the bold statements of the President of France, President Emmanuel Macron, who has publicly stated that France must reckon with its past and who will be addressing this forum today. He has led France to repeal the obnoxious Code Noir, that very dehumanizing set of laws which classified Africans as commodities, as movable properties, that slave owners could mutilate, could maim Africans and get away with it. It was not criminal, and it is quite shocking that it stayed on the statute books of France for all of these centuries. But thanks to our resolution, the work we are doing, Code Noir no longer exists, and it has been repealed. We also welcome the formal communication from the European Union that they are willing to work with Ghana on this journey for reparatory justice. And we acknowledge the formal notification from the Dutch government and the government of Germany that they are ready to return artifacts to the motherland. So the UN resolution is not a mere academic exercise. We are already recording significant progress, unprecedented accomplishments, and all of us in this room must be proud of the contributions we have made to this landmark resolution. Your Excellencies, the significance of this conference extends beyond the discussions over the next 2 days. The decisions, recommendations, and partnerships emerging from this meeting have the potential to shape the future trajectory of the global reparations agenda. We are therefore challenged to think boldly, build bridges across regions, act collectively, and move beyond historical recognition towards sustainable mechanisms to address the ongoing effects of historical injustices. As President Mahama has emphasized, no single institution, nation, or region can advance this agenda alone. Success will require partnerships, shared understanding, and sustained commitment. It is therefore fitting that this conference is being held in Ghana. For centuries, Ghana was held as the headquarters of the transatlantic enslavement. That is why Ghana hosts the highest number of forts and castles than any other country. But today, Ghana is transitioning from being a crime scene to a sanctuary for healing and reparatory justice. Your Excellencies, as we commence our deliberations, we must be guided by a spirit of dialogue, partnership, and mutual respect. We must approach our discussions with the understanding that although history cannot be changed, the future remains ours to shape. We should be inspired by the courage and resilience of our world leaders gathered here and all those who came before us, and by our responsibility to future generations, who will judge us not only by what we say, but by what we achieve. The world is watching, and the global community looks to this conference for leadership, vision, and practical outcomes. There is growing expectation that this gathering will help chart a clear course for the next phase of the reparatory justice movement. I am confident that with the distinguished expertise in this room, the caliber of world leaders we have here to lead us, to guide us, and to offer the needed direction, we will rise to this responsibility. Let me conclude with a quote from the founder of our country, the Osagefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who remarked, "Countrymen, the task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility. And yet it is a noble and glorious challenge, a challenge which calls for courage to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to do, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, the courage to work, the courage to achieve the highest excellencies and the fullest greatness of man. Dare we ask for more in life." Your Excellencies, this conference will deepen our shared understanding, strengthen our collective resolve, and deliver meaningful outcomes that advance justice, dignity, and equity for Africans as we build and construct a new world without discrimination, without racism, and without inequalities. May future generations look back on this conference in Accra as a defining moment when the international community came together not merely to remember history, but to shape a more just future. Once again, welcome to Ghana and to the high-level Next Steps Conference on Reparatory Justice. I thank you for your attention, Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, thank you so much for your welcome remarks. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to have high-level remarks by very important dignitaries in our midst this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now receive remarks from Ms. Lydia Arthur Brito, Assistant General Director of UNESCO. Please welcome her to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lydia Arthur Brito, Assistant General Director of UNESCO.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government here present, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to deliver these remarks on behalf of Professor Khaled El Anani, Director General of UNESCO, who is unfortunately unable to join us in Accra today. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Mahama and to his government for the leadership in advancing this important agenda and for convening and hosting this high-level consultative conference on the next steps to the landmark United Nations resolution on the trafficking of enslaved Africans. The history of enslavement, the slave trade, and their enduring legacies are not merely matters of the past. They continue to shape societies across the world and compel us to reflect on how historical injustice can be acknowledged and addressed in the present. For more than 8 decades, UNESCO has worked with member states to deepen understanding of this history and its consequences. Since the founding in 1945, the organization has supported efforts to document, study, and transmit knowledge about slavery and enslavement. Recognizing the historical truth is an essential foundation for justice, dignity, and reconciliation. A major milestone on this work was the launch of the General History of Africa program in 1964. Through this initiative, UNESCO has supported Africa in reclaiming and writing its own history, correcting long-standing distortions and prejudices. Today, UNESCO continues to assist member states in integrating the general history of Africa into education systems in Africa and beyond, to enable learners to engage critically with histories of enslavement and their legacies, recognizing education as an essential foundation for dignity, inclusion, and lasting peace. Another important initiative is UNESCO's Slave Route Project, launched in 1994 in Oida, Benin, now known as the Roots of Enslaved People Program. Established to break the silence surrounding the history of enslavement and its legacies, the program has become UNESCO's principal framework for advancing research, education, memory, and international cooperation in this field. And these are all key areas fundamental for the discussion of the resolution and action beyond. UNESCO also works with member states to preserve and transmit the memory of this history. Through the network of places of history and memory linked to the enslavement and the slave trade, as well as the Memory of the World program, UNESCO supports the safeguarding of sites, archives, and documentary heritage that bear witness to this shared past. Here in Ghana, the fort and castles inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List are very much part of this network, and they stand as powerful testimonies to one of the darkest chapters in human history, and as places of reflection for present and future generations. I want to thank Ghana for the incredible support to this program of UNESCO, as we have seen in the documentary and the artistic performance. Dialogue is another yet key aspect of the resolution. In alignment with this, UNESCO has long-standing mandate to facilitate international cooperation in the fields of culture and heritage. Through its normative instruments and intergovernmental mechanisms, UNESCO supports member states in promoting the return and restitution of cultural property to countries and communities of origin. UNESCO is also been supporting reflection on the reparatory justice through the UNESCO Dialogues on Reparatory Justice launched in 2024. These dialogues bring together descendant communities, policymakers, researchers, cultural institutions, and civil society actors to exchange experience and identify pathways for future action. Excellencies, the resolution calls for remembrance, education, and good faith dialogue on reparatory justice. These priorities reflect the very areas in which UNESCO has worked for decades alongside its member states. By advancing knowledge, preserving memory, and fostering dialogue and cooperation, UNESCO remains committed to supporting collective efforts to address the enduring legacies of enslavement and to promote a future found on human dignity, mutual understanding, and justice. This work is not the end, but only the beginning. UNESCO stands ready to continue working with all of you, all the partners, in the spirit of solidarity and mutual respect, accompanying member states in advancing this important agenda and in building a more inclusive, equitable, and cohesive societies. I thank you all.
Once again, Mesdames et Messieurs, thank you very much. Miss Lydia Arthur Brito, Assistant General of UNESCO. Thank you for your insightful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now hear from Miss Christiane Taubira, former Minister of Justice of the French Republic. Bonjour, Madame.
Merci, Madame. Merci, Madame. Je peux vous rendre votre micro? Non. Merci. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadrices et ambassadeurs, as you all understood, I'm going to speak French, my official language. My native language is Creole. I left you time to put your... And I feel very emotional speaking here at this time, at this moment, on this issue. Je veux préciser pour la clarté des choses que les paroles que je pose ici sont les miennes en contribution de la réflexion collective sur ce drame historique qui nous préoccupe. La traite, que certains appellent négrière, et l'esclavage constituent un crime contre l'humanité. Je pose mes paroles ici, en contribution donc de cette réflexion collective, mais ce sont des paroles puisées dans l'expérience parlementaire que j'ai eue lors de la présentation de ce qui est devenu la loi française de reconnaissance de la traite et de l'esclavage en tant que crime contre l'humanité. Cette loi fut adoptée par le Parlement français en 2001 et depuis cette date, l'enseignement de cette histoire est obligatoire en France à tous les niveaux scolaires. Chaque année, la République française commémore cette histoire, la traite, l'esclavage, les résistances sous toutes leurs formes et les abolitions. Chaque année, cette célébration donne lieu à la remise d'un prix à tous les niveaux scolaires qui s'appelle la flamme de l'égalité, the flame of equality. Cette même date de commémoration fait l'objet de la remise d'un prix du meilleur travail universitaire réalisé sur l'année sur ces sujets. Par ailleurs, sur la totalité du territoire, des centaines d'événements sont organisés et ces événements sont pilotés ou parrainés par la Fondation pour la mémoire de l'esclavage, également créée par la loi, et présidée par l'ancien Premier ministre français, Jean-Marc Ayrault. Je voudrais, à ce moment de nos réflexions communes, introduire et vous soumettre une nuance entre la réparation, que pour ma part j'écris au singulier, avec toutes les lettres majuscules, pour dire simplement et clairement que ce crime contre l'humanité est absolu, comme tous les crimes contre l'humanité. Il est absolu et surtout il est irréparable. Il n'existe aucune parole à la hauteur d'une réparation possible de ce crime. Il n'existe aucune autorité capable de réparer ce crime. Il n'existe aucun pouvoir en mesure de réparer ce crime. Il n'y a aucune puissance, aucune richesse, aucun patrimoine qui pourrait réparer ce crime. La seule réparation possible, petite, moyenne, grandiose, a été assurée par ces personnes capturées, enchaînées, entravées et réduites à l'esclavage. La seule réparation possible, elle a été portée sur le moment même par toutes ces personnes, nos ancêtres, qui n'ont jamais renoncé à leur dignité, qui n'ont jamais reconnu ne pas être des personnes, ne pas appartenir à l'humanité. C'était la seule réparation possible, et c'est elle qui fut menée, y compris par des insurrections, y compris par des incendies, y compris par des empoisonnements, y compris par une violence de réponse à cette violence absolue qu'ont constitué la traite et l'esclavage. Et puis il y a les réparations, que j'écris au pluriel, avec une minuscule. Et ces réparations, elles sont dues. Et il est bon que nous prenions le temps de nous rappeler que lors de l'arrêt de ce funeste système économique prédateur, lors de l'abolition de cette traite et de cet esclavage, il y eut des réparations versées aux anciens esclavagistes, aux anciens maîtres de personnes esclavisées. Il y eut des indemnités versées par les puissances d'État coloniales à ces personnes qui étaient propriétaires d'esclaves, de propriétés foncières et de propriétés immobilières. Et ces indemnités furent appelées alors réparations. Il est bon que nous nous rappelions ensemble que sur l'île de Saint-Domingue, qui était considérée comme la perle des colonies, du fait de sa rentabilité, les personnes esclavisées se sont insurgées et ont mené une insurrection victorieuse qui a inscrit sur la géographie du monde une nouvelle nation que ces insurgés ont appelée Haïti. Et que cette nation Haïti a versé ce qu'on appelle en concept juridique une dette odieuse 20 ans plus tard à l'ancienne puissance coloniale. Il est bon que nous nous rappelions ensemble que dans la deuxième phase de colonisation, lorsque les pays colonisés se sont libérés, ils ont hérité des dettes qui avaient été contractées pour financer des infrastructures, et qu'avant même d'exister en tant que nation, ces pays se sont retrouvés répondant du remboursement de ces dettes. La question des réparations est donc une question plurielle qu'il nous faudra examiner dans le fond. Mais cela veut dire qu'il nous reste une conversation à prendre et un nous à constituer. Nous avons des déclarations, nous avons des résolutions, mais cette conversation, nous devons nous poser pour la prendre. Et ce nous que nous devons constituer, ça n'est pas une ligne de couleur qui ne va définir ni les contours, ni le partage. Ce nous et cette conversation doivent, ou peuvent, en tout cas je le suggère, reposer sur 3 conditions. La première, c'est une condition de principe, c'est-à-dire reconnaître que nous portons ensemble un bien commun, le droit, et que c'est le droit qui constitue notre référence. Et que dans tous les droits, le droit naturel, le droit coutumier, le droit positif, le droit codifié, le droit jurisprudentiel, dans tous les droits. Il existe un principe universel. Quelle que soit l'infraction, quel que soit le délit, quel que soit le crime, tout appelle réparation. C'est un principe universel. La deuxième condition que je suggère, c'est que nous vérifions que nous partageons une éthique. Je ne parle pas de morale qui se soucie du bien et du mal. Je parle d'une éthique qui se préoccupe de ce qui est bon et de ce qui est juste. Et la troisième condition, de mon point de vue, est une exigence, la franchise. La franchise dans cette conversation, la franchise qui peut permettre cette constitution d'un nous. Il y aura des désaccords, il y aura des divergences, il y aura des conflits, il y aura des antagonismes. Mais tant que nous ferons l'effort de la conversation, de la discussion, de l'échange, nous préserverons ce nous qui, je le rappelle, ne repose pas sur une ligne de couleur. Nous préserverons ce nous et nous avancerons sur la question des réparations. Et pour celles et ceux qui voudraient gagner du temps, ruser, je leur dis simplement de regarder l'état du monde et que les nouvelles générations sont impatientes. Et nous disons clairement que nous reconnaissons cette impatience, que nous comprenons cette impatience et que nous soutenons pleinement cette impatience. Le temps s'est assez écoulé. Il nous faut faire vite, il nous faut faire bien. Nous resterons courtois et courtois. Nous resterons attentionnés les uns envers les autres. Nous resterons attachés à nos grandes valeurs de justice, à nos grands principes. Nous resterons attachés. Mais nous disons, prenez garde à ceux qui voudraient gagner du temps. Pour ceux qui croient que notre civilité est la marque d'une pusillanimité. Pour ceux qui pensent que nous ne faisons qu'aligner des mots, que nous serions des marmonneurs de mots, comme disait l'immense poète Aimé Césaire. Nous, des marmonneurs de mots, quand nous manions des quartiers de monde, que nous épousons des continents en délire, nous qui forçons de fumantes portes, des mots, oui, nous utilisons des mots, oui, nous avons des mots, mais ce sont des mots de sang frais, des mots qui sont des rats de marée, et des érésipèles, et des paludismes, et des laves, et des feux de brousse, et des flambées de chair, et des flambées de ville. Alors nous disons un dernier mot à ceux qui croient que nous ne faisons qu'aligner des mots. Voilà ce que sont nos mots. Dialoguons ou alors nos mots resteront des flambées de chair et des flambées de ville. Thank you for listening to me.
Merci, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Ms. Christiane Taubira, former Minister of Justice of the French Republic. Now, she was the Attorney General in France for over 25 years. Now, that gives us reason as to why she's so passionate about her remarks. One more time, please, for Madame. We will now hear from our very own Her Excellency Amachum Amwa, who is the Commissioner of Health and Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and the African Union champion on advancing the cause of justice and payment of reparations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, former Presidents and Prime Ministers, Honorable members of parliament, honorable ministers, traditional leaders, distinguished representatives of regional and international organizations, esteemed representatives of civil society, academia, and communities of the African diaspora, brothers and sisters of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor to join you at this high-level coordination conference here in Accra, a city of memory, a city of return, and today, a city of renewed resolve. On behalf of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, I wish to express our profound appreciation to Your Excellency President Mahama and to the people, the government of Ghana for convening this timely important gathering. This conference represents a defining moment in our collective journey, a journey from recognition to responsibility, from remembrance to redress, and from historical truth to meaningful repair. Your Excellencies, this conference takes place at a significant moment in Africa's institutional and political engagement on justice and reparations. Through Assembly Decision 884, the African Union designated 2025 Theme of the Year as Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. This historic decision elevated reparatory justice from a long-standing moral demand into a structured continental program of action anchored in Agenda 2063. More recently, Assembly Decision 942, adopted in February 2026, extended this commitment by designating 2026 to 2035 as the decade of reparations, further demonstrating Africa's determination to pursue reparatory justice with consistency, with unity, and with institutional purpose. These decisions are important not only because of what they declare, but because of what they signify. They signify that the African Union does not regard reparatory justice as a single-issue campaign or a matter confined to one chapter of history. The Union's approach encompasses the interconnected crimes of the trafficking and enslavement of Africans, colonialism and apartheid, as well as their enduring consequences in political marginalization, economic extraction, cultural disposition, racial discrimination, and structural inequality. In this sense, reparatory justice is not only about accounting for the past. It is about transforming the systems and structures that the past created and which continue to shape our present. The implementation of the 2025 Theme of the Year marked the beginning of a new and coherent phase of continental action, one that moved Africa from the moral clarity of institutional design and from advocacy to implementation. At the center of this effort was the establishment of a robust continental architecture, the African Union Coordination Team on Reparations, coordinated by the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate. It brings together departments, organs, specialized institutions, and liaison officers across the Union. In implementation of Assembly Decision 884, following the approval of the relevant terms of reference by the Executive Council, the Commission also facilitated the establishment of the African Union Committee of Experts on Reparation and the African Union Reference Group of Legal Experts on Reparations. Both mechanisms comprise distinguished experts nominated by member states and African Union organs. The inaugural meeting held at the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa in December 2025 represented an important turning point. The two bodies constituted constituted their bureau, adopted agreed conclusions, and established special working groups. These working groups cover global governance and structural reparations, economic and environmental reparations, cultural, scientific and educational reparations, and advocacy, communication and knowledge production. Dedicated legal work streams were also established to examine relevant sources of international law from an Afrocentric perspective, the legal characterization of historical crimes, comparative models and modalities of reparations, and appropriate legal mobilization strategies. In February 2026, Ghana hosted the first joint meeting of the Bureau of the two mechanisms here in Accra, strengthening coordination and intellectual exchange between them. Mr. President, we remain deeply appreciative that you graciously received the experts and shared your guidance on the important work before them. This institutional architecture matters because historic demands require durable instruments. If our course is continental, our response must be coordinated. If our argument is legal, our preparation must be rigorous. And if our ambition is global, our institutions must be equal to that ambition. The African Union has therefore sought to build not only a compelling narrative, but also a practical framework capable of delivering concrete and measurable results. Excellencies, one of the most important contributions of the African Union over the past year has been a reframe reparatory justice not only as historical redress, but also as a forward-looking agenda for development sovereignty, political agency, and continental renewal. This is why Assembly Decision 884 looked beyond remembrance towards structural transformation. Reparatory justice must be explicitly aligned with Agenda 2063, including its aspirations for justice and the rule of law, cultural identity and historical consciousness, inclusive development, and Africa's emergence as a confident and influential global actor and norm shaper. This is also why guarantees of non-repetition must be understood in structural terms. We cannot credibly say never again, while preserving a global system founded upon inequity, exclusion, and inherited hierarchies of power. The assurance that historical injustice will not be reproduced in new forms depends, in part, upon reforming the structures of global governance so that Africa assumes its rightful place in international decision-making, rule-making, and resource allocation. This includes reform of the United Nations Security Council in accordance with the Common African Position as reflected in the Eswatini Consensus and the SET Declaration. It also includes meaningful reform of international financial institutions so that they better reflect the principles of equity and representation and respond more effectively to the development priorities of Africa and other communities historically subjected to injustice and exploitation. Assembly Decision 884 recognizes broader horizon by positioning reparatory justice as a strategic enabler of Africa's sovereignty, agency, and transformation, not merely as a commemorative exercise. The same imperative applies to Africa's continental initiative and global partnerships. The operationalization of the AU CARICOM Memorandum of Understanding on upscaling engagement with people of African descent, the second Africa CARICOM Summit, and its Addis Ababa Declaration on transcontinental partnership in pursuit of reparatory justice, the outcomes of the 9th Pan-African Congress in Lomé, and the Algiers Declaration on the Crimes of Colonialism all demonstrate that Africa is building a coherent ecosystem of advocacy, expertise, diplomacy, and political mobilization. The Commission's engagement with UNESCO The United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent and other multilateral processes has further amplified Africa's continental leadership. The anticipated hosting of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa for the first time will represent another historic milestone in strengthening the partnership between Africa and its global diaspora. Your Excellencies, the African Union comes to Accra with conviction, but also with preparation. It comes with Assembly Decisions 884, 903, and 942. It comes with continental mechanisms that have already been established and operationalized. It comes with emergent common positions, credible legal pathways, strategic partnerships, and a growing architecture of continental and transcontinental action. Above all, it comes with a clear understanding that reparatory justice must address the trafficking and enslavement of Africans, colonialism, and apartheid, and that its purpose must not be limited to remembering history, but must extend to repairing its life, its living and continuing consequences. UN Resolution 52250 provides us with a historic opening. Our responsibility now is to ensure that historic recognition is followed by equally historic action. This conference must therefore strengthen not only our language, but also our leverage. It must deepen not only our solidarity, but also our structures. Let it preserve not only our memories, but also propel our movement towards implementation. We must move from declarations to delivery, from fragmented initiatives to coordinated action, and from acknowledgement of historical injustice to the creation of a more international order. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, if we act with unity, consistency, and strategic patience, we can transform a landmark resolution into a lasting progress. The history that wounded us must now become the foundation upon which we build justice, dignity, and renewal for our continent and the diaspora. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Amachum Anwar, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next remarks, I'd like to mention that Ms. Christiane Taubira, former Minister of Justice in the French Republic, 25 years ago was the Attorney General who brought legislation to the French Parliament declaring slavery a crime against humanity. Next month, actually, serves her 25th anniversary of her struggle. Please give her a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, next.
Our distinguished President Mahama and his team, Excellencies, dignitaries, and of course I must recognize my own Prime Minister, Mayor Motley. The door of return has been flung open. Thus we are here. And it is significant that Ghana has opened the door of return. Some 10 million of our people were shipped across the Atlantic to CARICOM. Another 10 million were shipped across the Atlantic to the Americas. Returning through this door of return is not just a history of that atrocity. What has returned is a level of consciousness returning through this door that will shape the world in this 21st century. Returning through this door is the CARICOM 10-point plan for global reparatory justice. But we always understood that what was taken out of Africa across the Atlantic was not just labor, not just enchained, enslaved labor, but what went across the Atlantic were also ideas, philosophies, humanity, arts, culture, all of that went across the Atlantic. And returning the CARICOM 10-point plan for global Africa represents all of those cosmologies. The resolution which was passed at the United Nations was therefore the result of a revolution. A revolution. A global revolution in global African consciousness that produced that resolution. And again, it is fitting that we are here in Ghana to plan the next steps. In the island of Barbados, our Prime Minister is here. It was the first colony in the Americas where Africans became the majority, Barbados. It was also this Barbados colony that was a Ghanaian colony, because the majority of the people there were Ga, Fanti, Santi. Barbados was Little Ghana. And it's interesting that here in Little Ghana, in 1675, that first generation of Ghanaians organized an island-wide revolution to overthrow chattel slavery. That revolution was defeated on the 12th of June, 1675. Kofi was going to be installed as the Asantehene of Barbados. They failed. And 25 of them were burnt alive in Barbados. It was the first burning of Ghanaians and Africans and a ritual in the Americas. So here we have returned with a 10-point plan. The result of resistance, the result of resilience. We, the historians, we have done the research. 40% of all the ships that took the enslaved Africans across the Atlantic experienced a rebellion of one kind or another. So the resistance started here. It continued on the slave ships. It continued in the colonies. So we are returning here as survivors of that revolution. Now, this door of return is therefore a door of dignity and critically a door of destiny. When all the European powers pass acts of emancipation, when all of them pass acts of emancipation, they denied the enslaved people reparations. Our foreparents asked for it. They demanded it. They petitioned the parliaments of Europe asking, if you are giving reparations to the enslavers, why are we, the enslaved, not receiving reparations? They petitioned the British Parliament, the French Parliament, the Dutch Parliament, the Danish Parliament. All of the parliaments of Europe were petitioned by those who were emancipated. Where is our reparations? The response was from the parliaments of Europe, you have received your freedom, that is your reparations. Now be silent. Be silent. Then 100 years later, in the Caribbean, we demanded sovereignty. And in our demand for sovereignty and nationhood and independence, again, we asked for reparations. How could we build nations without reparatory justice? And again, the Europeans told us, be silent. We are giving you sovereignty. Now be silent. And since you demanded it, you are now on your own. Again, we were denied justice. And here we are now with a resolution in the United Nations. And we are now at the beginning of a unique journey, because this is the first time that we're all now speaking from the same page. All African peoples all over the world are now speaking for the first time with one voice. And this is why this moment will yield the results that we have been asking for 200 years. Now we're here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me the utmost pleasure and honor to welcome on stage the writer, the playwright, the Nobel Laureate winner. Please welcome Wole Soyinka.
Greetings, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Ministers, my comrades from all over the world. I wish to add to the welcome you received, my own personal welcome, a semi-Ghanaian, since I did stay in Ghana quite a number of years when I found myself on one of my political exiles. Ghana welcomed me, and I've never forgotten that. Mr. President, sir, I hope you realize that you placed both yourself and your citizens in potential quarantine. But you'll be in good company, because now I see before me a whole international community of the quarantined. Let me explain. Your historic resolution had hardly dried on the airwaves and social media and everything when I walked past the television station, and there was a ticker tape announcement by one of the former slaving nations, the many, which read, I will not mention the name, because I have no doubt the same sentiment was entertained by those who did not actually voice that decision, that policy. And it said, our country will have to consider very carefully from now on all those nationals whose governments supported or support the quest for reparatory justice. It was very strange. I thought a golden opportunity had been given to the slaving nations, to the outer world, and even to ourselves on this continent, to re-examine a divisive history, a divisive spate which went for centuries, which till today has left its mark on the relationships between the so-called developed nations, the colonizing imperial nations, and the victim nations, among whom we consider ourselves. But how do you actually define a quest for anything, voiced or unvoiced, especially when it relates to memory? We all live within a commemorative environment, negative and positive. We commemorate all the time. Of course, there are different kinds of commemoration, of commemoratives. You have the static ones. Take this nation, Ghana, for instance, which has, it has been remarked, probably the largest number of slaves, of slaving edifices, the forts, the castles, specially built to receive human commodity and transport them to alien lands. We live among them, both the citizens and the visitors. You can hardly walk a few miles without encountering some kind of commemorative to the negative experience of this continent in the form of forts. So these are the self-constitutive commemoratives, the forts. Then there are the recreative ones, such as, for instance, the performance which we witnessed this evening, such as the films like Amistad, like Django, the documentaries, the archives which have been refurbished, reinvigorated, augmented all the time. These are the creative aspects of commemoratives. Then you have, of course, and this is that sector which agitates me most, you have what I call the commemoratives of perpetual iniquity. I refer to the extant slave markets which still exist on this country, on this continent. I refer to the kidnapping of school children whom we send to these institutions of learning and who end up being kidnapped because there are ready markets for them. Oh, never mind what motivations are being cited, like religious self-assertion. No. Ultimately, these victims, these kidnapped victims, are being sent through special channels to the slave markets of this continent. If you make inquiries from Nigeria, where I come from the Department of the Diaspora, You learn of even rescue chartered planes, which have managed to retrieve nationals from the slave markets and brought back to Nigeria. They arrive, unlike emotional returnees, the first action is a symbolic act of kneeling and kissing the ground from which they had been taken. But the most pernicious of these iniquities are the children, the youths, who till today are being kidnapped and sent to the slave markets to be shared by their kidnappers. When I addressed the United Nations last year, I made a point of telling my audience that the slave trade is not over, but it is indeed very active. Even as I speak now, we have children, youths, school children who are being held in forest fastnesses destined for the slave markets. Now, the nation, our former colonizing nation and slaving nation, which said they will consider very seriously the granting of visas to those who insist on reparations, are they really thinking? Are they of this world, or are they from another planet? If ever there was a justification of this gathering, it is those of that mental state of retrogressive understanding of history and of human relationships. And so I welcome all of you on behalf of the President to the new community of visa quarantines. We shall proceed with our mission. As I stated at the very beginning, there are different kinds of commemoratives, but the one which I think we are looking for, at least a critical aspect of the next step forward, ought to be a dynamic one. We have some moving, truly emotional commemoratives, such as the one in Nantes, for instance, in France. One of the most moving commemoratives I've ever seen to the slave trade. You have other commemoratives, not so ennobling. You have commemoratives also in the negative mode, such as droves of migrants from Africa drowning in the Mediterranean simply because they're looking for a different economic kind of liberation. But there are consequences also of the inorganic development that took place on the African continent. And the responsibility for this, let me stress, is not just the outer world. It's also certain forms of leadership that we have on this continent who continue to regard their own citizens as just slaves, to be treated just to be treated. These are all consequences of a certain mental warp that has taken place in us, and not only on this continent, but in some place in the diaspora, as a result of that experience, that dehumanizing experience of being enslaved. And so I want to thank you, Mr. President, for this initiative. And I want to stress that any means that enable us to recover collectively the rehumanization even of memory, not just of the present, but even of memory, is essential to the development, collective development of those who've been traumatized as a people by this iniquitous commodity in human beings. Let us move mentally and practically towards the dynamizing of the commemoratives which exist. We have to move now beyond just the performances, the discussions, the rhetoric, even the economic aspects of a retrieval of an egalitarian relationship between us and them. We have to recognize the fact that even our mental conditioning is involved, and in the diaspora in particular. That is why the diaspora is such a critical aspect of this. That is why the door of return, as our colleague there has stressed, is more than just a symbolic passing through a doorway. It is a return to certain values, certain humane values, which were distorted or simply totally wiped out of our collective appreciation of a reality of the world we inhabit. So I welcome all of you, and I promise you that whatever we on this side of the citizen humanity can do to assist in that collective restoration will be addressed both body and soul. Welcome once again. Let us tackle the next step practically, and I join you in this moment of celebration of a courageous resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Wole Soyinka, Nobel laureate, writer and playwright. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me say a big thank you to my co-host, Jerry Ajololo, who is so gracious to be with me on the stage this morning, or this afternoon, once again. This is history in the making, Jerry, by the way. I've never actually co-hosted with you before. Donc c'est un honneur d'être ici avec toi ce matin. Merci. Can we please give a big round of applause once again for all of our dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, who have given us their insights, their words of wisdom, and their knowledge. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we recognize that justice is never carried by one voice alone. I guess that is true, but for the most part, one voice certainly lights the way, like Bob Marley, like Peter Tosh, like our very own Rocky Dawoni, like Hugh Masekela, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, Maria Makiba. But joining the pantheon of such great voices through the years is a gift to this generation and beyond. Please welcome the ever-brilliant international reggae superstar, Gramps Morgan.
Thank you.
Yeah, reparations must come. I greet you in the divine name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I greet you on behalf of the people of Jamaica and the diaspora. Blessings. I am one of the children of the transatlantic slave trade. I've done research to find out the truth. And when I did a DNA test, I found out that I am 46% Ghanaian. Yeah. So let the truth be told. Honorable Mahama, I salute you. Thank you. Last year, 2025, I was on tour, and the leader of the country of Antigua and Barbuda wrote a song called Reparations. Shortly after, in 2026, the Honorable boldly went before the United Nations and said, let's have a conversation. And I found out that we have something in common. I am not a politician, but I am a music. And we said, music is the rod and we are Moses. Most Honorable Samuel, thank you again. Mia Matley, it's a joy to see you in Africa. Thank you for always doing what you do for the Caribbean. And most Honorable Miss Babsy Grange, wherever you are, thank you for always championing Jamaica. So I will sing this song for the people. Let's hear. Listen to the words. And this one is from my Uncle Jay. Reparations. Mahama, do not stop the fight. As the elder said from Nigeria, we are all now in this fight together. There is no turning back now. Let's help them build a plan. As well as the children of the transatlantic slave trade need to heal, the children of the slave master need to heal. So we have to do it together. So I say Portugal, Netherlands, UK, Spain, all who had a hand in the transatlantic slave trade, let us heal together. Listen to the words of this one. This is called Reparations, inspired by the Honorable Yasman Bro.
Put your hands together and let's celebrate this precious gift, Grams Morgan. And that was just not music, it was a bridge.
It was indeed.
One we so badly needed to heal and to connect. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the presidential keynotes. We're minded of the fact that history shows us that progress often begins when leaders choose courage over comfort. Today, we now turn to our leaders, heads of state and government, whose voices carry the hopes of nations, regions, and communities committed to a more just and inclusive world. Would you please make welcome for his remarks, representing the Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, the first Deputy Prime Minister, His Excellency Quadencio Mohaba Mesu. Your Excellency.
Excelentísimo señor John Dramani Mahama, presidente de la República de Ghana. Excelencias, jefes de Estado y jefes de delegaciones, representantes de la Unión Africana, de CARICOM, de las Naciones Unidas y de otras organizaciones internacionales, distinguidos expertos académicos y representantes de la sociedad civil, señoras y señores, tomo la palabra en nombre y representación de Su Excelencia Obiang Mbasogo, presidente de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, quien a pesar de su firme deseo de participar en este importante evento, no ha podido asistir por motivos de agenda anteriormente asumidos. Es un honor para nuestra delegación tomar parte en esta conferencia consultiva convocada por la República de Ghana. Deseamos expresar nuestro sincero agradecimiento al gobierno y al pueblo ganés por su liderazgo y compromiso al impulsar esta iniciativa, la cual representa una causa de profunda relevancia moral e histórica que trasciende fronteras y generaciones. La adopción de la resolución ARES 80-250 el pasado 25 de marzo constituye un hito fundamental, ya que la comunidad internacional ha reconocido de manera clara que la trata transatlántica de esclavos y la esclavización racionalizada representan uno de los graves crímenes contra la humanidad. Este acto no es una simple declaración jurídica, sino una afirmación moral indispensable y el reconocimiento de una verdad histórica que durante demasiado tiempo fue ignorada. Durante más de 4 siglos, millones de africanos fueron arrancados de sus tierras, privados de su identidad y convertidos en mercancía dentro de un sistema global basado en la deshumanización y en la negación metódica de la dignidad humana. Como nación africana vinculada al Golfo de Guinea, la República de Guinea Ecuatorial conserva una memoria propia de aquel doloroso periodo, lo que refuerza nuestro compromiso absoluto con la verdad histórica y con la preservación del legado de las víctimas. Para Guinea Ecuatorial, este proceso va más allá de las compensaciones materiales e incluye la restauración de la dignidad, el reconocimiento pleno de las responsabilidades históricas, el apoyo a la educación, la restitución del patrimonio cultural extraído y el desarrollo de mecanismos de cooperación orientados al desarrollo sostenible de los países africanos. Asimismo, es fundamental reforzar los vínculos con la diáspora africana, cuyos miembros son parte inseparable de nuestra historia y nuestro destino. La conmemoración conjunta de Yunetés en el marco de esta reunión simboliza esta profunda conexión humana y ofrece una oportunidad invaluable para potenciar los intercambios culturales, educativos, económicos y políticos entre nuestro continente y las comunidades afrodescendientes de todo el mundo. Al recordar esta dolorosa historia, debemos evitar que África sea definida exclusivamente para injusticias que sufrió. Nuestro continente es también una fuerza de renovación y un actor indispensable en la construcción del futuro, que participa en esta conversación para contribuir activamente a la definición de un orden internacional más humano, inclusivo y equitativo para todos. La verdadera reparación consiste en crear las condiciones idóneas para que las futuras generaciones puedan desarrollarse plenamente en un entorno de dignidad e igualdad. La República de Guinea Ecuatorial reafirma su pleno compromiso con este proceso y expresa su total disposición a colaborar con la Unión Africana, CARICOM y las Naciones Unidas. Deseamos que esta conferencia sea recordada como el momento en el que la comunidad internacional decidió pasar del reconocimiento a la acción y de la memoria a la justicia, rindiendo así el mejor homenaje posible a los millones de víctimas de la trata transatlántica. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
One more time, let's appreciate the first Deputy Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Quadencio Mohaba Mesu, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister. Next, we shall receive the Speaker of the Council of the Nation, the upper chamber of the Algerian Parliament. Would you please make welcome His Excellency Azouz Nasri. It's a long walk from Algeria to Accra. Please. A round of applause.
بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين السيد الرئيس أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات والبرلمانات الإفريقية الشقيقة أصحاب السعادة أعضاء الوفود والخبراء السيدات والسادة يشرفني ويسعدني أن أقف بينكم اليوم ممثلا لرئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية السيد عبد المجيد تبون واغتنم هذه السانحة ليتقدم إلى غانا الصديقة قيادة وشعبا بأصدق عبارات التهنئة نظير ما حققته من نجاح دبلوماسي مشهود توج باعتماد الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة للقرار القاضي باعتبار الريق العابر للمحيط الأطلسي من أبشع الجرائم في حق الإنسانية، وهو القرار الذي يمثل منعطفا مفصليا في مسار إنصاف ملايين الضحايا من أبناء قارتنا وتعزيز الاعتراف بحقوقهم في إطار القانون الدولي العام، ويشكل خطوة نحو الإشراك الفعلي لإفريقيا في تطوير الإعراف القانونية الدولية وإثراء مسائرها. وإن اجتماعنا اليوم يتزامن مع إحياء ذكرى جون 10 المجيدة وفي أول احتفاء بهذه المناسبة خارج الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وليس من قبل الصدف أن تحتضن قلعة كلاستنبورغ التاريخية هذه الفعالية ذات الدلالات العميقة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، إن الجزائر إذ ترحب بهذه القرار الأممي التاريخي تنظر إليه بوصفه تجسيدا عملي للزخم المتنامي الذي يشهده الاتحاد الإفريقي، والذي تجسد كذلك في قراره التاريخي القاضي بتمديد موضوع سنة 25 الموسوم بالعدالة والتعويضات للأفارقة والمنحدرين من أصول إفريقية، ليغدو عشرية كاملة تمتد من سنة 26 إلى سنة 25. ومن هذا المنبر تجدد الجزائر تأكيد دعمها الراسخ لجميع المبادرات التي ينهض بها الاتحاد الإفريقي وأجهزته القانونية المتخصصة الرامية إلى إرساء مقاربة قانونية واضحة تدرج الريق والاستعمار معا ضمن أخطر الجرائم التي عرفها التاريخ الإنساني. ومن أكرا نوجه اليوم نداء متجددا وصادقا من أجل تكريس اعتراف دولي واضح بالطابع الإجرامي للممارسات ذات الصلة بالاستعباد والاستعمار وكافة الانتهاكات التي استهدفت الإنسان الإفريقي. أيها الحضور الكريم، ولأجل تبيين الحق تؤيد الجزائر العمل التكاملي المشترك الذي يقوم على تضافر الجهود وتوحيد المقاربات بغية جمع الوثائق والشهادات والقرارات القانونية الدامغة التي تثبت الاستهدافات التي طالت شعوب القارة عبر مراحل الاستعباد والاستعمار. وإن الجزائر استهلاما من تجربتها التحررية التي خاض خلالها شعبها ثورة عظيمة افتد بها حريته واستقلاله بتضحية 1.5 مليون من الشهداء، أريد 1.5 مليون من الشهداء الأبرار تعرضت لجرائم شنيعة ارتكبت في سياق محاولات قمع إرادة شعبها وإخماد مقاومته المشروعة، شملت أعمال الإبادة الجماعية والانتهاكات أخرى، ووثقت الشهادات والوثائق التاريخية تعلن اليوم استعدادها الواضح لوضع ما تملكه من وثائق تاريخية وأدلة مادية وشهادات موثقة تحت تصرف الهيئات الإفريقية والدولية المتخصصة. وفي إطار التفويض الذي أسند إلى الجزائر وغانا وطوغو وجنوب إفريقيا لمتابعة تنفيذ القرار رقم 934 الصادر عن مؤتمر الاتحاد الإفريقي في سنة 25 والمتعلق بوضع الريق والترحيل القسري والاستعمار بأنها جرائم ضد الإنسانية وأفعال إبادة ارتكبت بحق الشعوب الإفريقية، تستظهر احتضان الجزائر للمؤتمر الدولي رفيع المستوى المنعقد يومي 30 نوفمبر وفاتح ديسمبر 25، وهو المؤتمر الذي توج باعتماد وثيقة مرجعية تاريخية حوضيت بمباركة مؤتمر قمة الاتحاد الإفريقي في فبراير 26، وهي الوثيقة المعروفة بإعلان الجزائر. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، إن الجزائر تنظر ببالغ الارتياح والتقدير إلى تبني الاتحاد الإفريقي للمقترح الجزائري القاضي بتخصيص يوم إفريقي رسمي لإحياء ذاكرة الشهداء والضحايا الأفارقة للريق العابر للمحيط الأطلسي والاستعماري والنظام الفصل العنصري، واعتماد يوم 30 نوفمبر من كل عام موعدا قارا لإحياء هذه الذاكرة الجماعية. ومن هذا المنبر نجدد التأكيد أن مطالبة الأفارقة بالتعويض تعبر عن تطلع مشروع إلى تصحيح الاختلالات التاريخية بما يفضي إلى بناء نظام دولي يستند إلى قيم التضامن والشراكة المتكاملة وإلى ولا منطق الهيمنة والوصاية. وتجسيدا لهذا الالتزام فإنه يشرفني أن أحيطكم علما بالخطوة التي اتخذتها الجزائر على الصعيد الداخلي والمتمثلة في المصادقة البرلمان الجزائري بالإجماع بتاريخ 12 أبريل 26 على قانون يجرم الاستعمار الذي عانت منه الجزائر، ويصنف الممارسات المرتكبة جرائم جسيمة لا تسقط بالتقادم، استنادا إلى مبادئ القانون الدولي وإلى حق الشعوب والحقيقة، إلى حق الشعوب في الحقيقة والإنصاف. فلنعمل معا بروح المسؤولية المشتركة والإرادة الصادقة حتى نجعل من هذا المؤتمر محطة عملية فارقة في مسيرة تحقيق تطلعات شعوبنا وأملها المشروعة، ولنكون أوفياء لتضحيات أسلافنا وشهدائنا الأبرار الذين مهدوا لنا طريق الحرية بدمائهم الزكية. أشكركم على كرم الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you. We say thank you, the Speaker of the Council of the Nation, the upper chamber of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Your Excellency Azus Nasri, speaking to us on behalf of the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the concept of Sankofa, which is very integral to African epistemology, states that it is not a taboo to go after something very important which is at risk of going bad. It's in this regard the President of our Republic has decided to rewrite a wrong by according his brothers and sisters, fellow heads of state and government, the much needed courtesy by asking them to speak on his podium. It is for this regard I invite the first speaker, the President of the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, to please address us now.
Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, mes chers frères John Dramani Mahama, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, distingués invités, Mesdames, Messieurs. Je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer mes remerciements au gouvernement et au peuple frère du Ghana pour leur accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité généreuse qui nous ont été réservées. Je salue également l'organisation de cette importante conférence consacrée aux suites à donner à la résolution de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies sur la traite transatlantique des esclaves. Je remercie particulièrement le président John Dramani Mahama pour son invitation et son engagement constant en faveur de la justice historique, de la dignité et du rapprochement entre l'Afrique et sa diaspora. Dans cet esprit, je salue les conclusions de la conférence d'Accra de 2023, dont l'objectif était de construire un front uni pour faire avancer la cause de la justice et des réparations aux Africains. J'apprécie également les efforts de l'Union africaine pour donner un regain d'intérêt à cette cause avec l'adoption de l'agenda de la décennie des racines et des diasporas africaines 2021-2031. Mesdames, Messieurs, l'adoption le 25 mars 2026 de la résolution historique des Nations Unies sur la traite transatlantique des esclaves a marqué une étape majeure pour la conscience universelle. Pour la première fois, la communauté internationale a reconnu avec une telle clarté l'ampleur de la tragédie humaine que furent la traite transatlantique des esclaves et toutes les autres formes d'esclavage racial des Africains. Des milliers d'hommes, de femmes et d'enfants furent arrachés à leur terre, à leur liberté, à leur identité et parfois même à leur nom. Pourtant, les tentatives de déshumanisation n'ont jamais triomphé de leur humanité. Leur aspiration à la dignité est restée intacte. C'est pourquoi cette résolution ne doit pas demeurer un symbole. Elle doit ouvrir une nouvelle étape fondée sur la vérité, la mémoire, la justice et la responsabilité partagée. Soyons aussi clairs, la justice réparatrice ne doit pas être perçue comme une démarche tournée contre quiconque. Elle participe au contraire à la construction d'un ordre international plus juste, plus équilibré, plus humain. Il ne s'agit pas de raviver les fractures du passé, mais d'empêcher qu'elles ne continuent silencieusement à produire leurs effets dans le présent. C'est d'ailleurs tout le sens de l'événement que le président Mahama et moi-même avions co-présidé en septembre dernier à New York, à l'initiative du Sénégal. Pour le Sénégal, la question des réparations renvoie à une réalité profonde qui englobe des dimensions historiques, humaines, culturelles, mémorielles et bien entendu économiques. Elle implique la reconnaissance des vérités historiques, la restauration des dignités, la restitution des biens culturels africains et la transmission fidèle de cette mémoire aux jeunes générations en termes de commémoration, d'éducation et de recherche. Elle suppose également une lutte résolue contre le racisme et les discriminations, ainsi qu'un renforcement des partenariats dans les domaines de l'éducation, de la science, de la culture et du développement. Elle appelle enfin un rapprochement plus profond entre l'Afrique et sa diaspora et la reconstruction des ponts durablement fragilisés par l'histoire. Mesdames, Messieurs, le Sénégal a toujours accordé une place particulière au devoir de mémoire. Notre pays a fait de l'île de Gorée un symbole universel du souvenir de l'esclavage et de la dignité humaine. Nous avons également porté de nombreuses initiatives en faveur du panafricanisme et de la valorisation de notre patrimoine historique et culturel, parmi lesquels la rencontre en marge de la semaine de haut niveau de la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies à l'African Burial Ground National Monument, dans la dynamique de la décision de l'Union africaine de proclamer l'année 2025 année de la justice et des réparations pour les Africains et les personnes d'ascendance africaine. L'accueil du premier Festival mondial des arts nègres en 1966, l'organisation de la conférence des intellectuels d'Afrique et de la diaspora, et plus récemment, nous avons commémoré le 80e anniversaire du massacre des tirailleurs sénégalais de Thiaroye, afin de rendre hommage à ces soldats africains qui, après avoir combattu pour la liberté, furent privés de justice et de reconnaissance. Mesdames, Messieurs, notre responsabilité aujourd'hui est de faire vivre cette mémoire à travers des actions concrètes. Des actions qui rapprochent les peuples, des actions qui parlent à la jeunesse, aux artistes, aux intellectuels et à la société civile, des actions qui renforcent la coopération entre l'Afrique, les Caraïbes, les Amériques et tous les partenaires engagés dans cette démarche. Le Sénégal demeure convaincu qu'une telle dynamique contribuera à renforcer les liens entre les peuples, à soutenir la recherche historique, à promouvoir l'éducation et à préparer un avenir commun, plus juste, plus équilibré. Je forme le vœu que la conférence d'Accra marque une nouvelle étape dans notre quête collective de justice, de dignité et d'avenir partagé. La mise en œuvre de la résolution 8050 est un test pour le continent et la communauté internationale. D'ici à l'examen du premier rapport du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, prévu à la 82e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, nous avons le devoir de faire avancer ensemble les causes mémorielles de justice et de réconciliation, avec dignité et dans un esprit de rassemblement. Fidèle à sa tradition d'enracinement et d'ouverture, le Sénégal se tient prêt à y prendre part pleinement. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
We thank you so much, Your Excellency Basiru Jemai Yakar, President of the Republic of Senegal. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is open to the President of the Republic of Namibia to address us now to speak from Her Excellency Dr. Lutembu Nandi Diasha.
Your Excellency John Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and African Union champion on the advancing the cause of justice and payment of reparation, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government and former heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I brought fraternal greetings from the people of Namibia to the people of Ghana as we meet to discuss the darkest past of Africa history, the transatlantic slave trade. This discussion will lead to healing wounds and seek for restorative justice. I thank His Excellency President Mahama for the kind invitation extended to Namibia to attend this historical conference, which in reality is to operationalize the UN resolution on slave trade. We are also grateful to see entering the door of return, and this really
gives us a comfort, adding to the hospitality accorded to us here in Ghana. It is significant that we are here in Ghana, one of the countries that bears witness to one of humanity's darkest chapter. In Ghana, the history of transatlantic slave trade is not confined to books and archives. It lives in the forts and castles that still stand a silent reminder of the suffering endured by millions of African men, women, and children. One can only imagine the fear, uncertainty, and heartbroken of those who passed through the doors of no return as they took their final steps on African soil, not knowing they were going, not knowing if they would ever see their families again. Many did not even know that generations later, their descendants will be searching for pieces of their identity, language, and heritage that were taken away from me. As it could be expected, even as they were carried away from Africa, Africa never left them. Across generations and across oceans, they carried fragments of our history, our resilience, our spirit, and of our humanity. Today we honor those survived, those who resisted, and those whose descendants still seek justice and dignity. It is therefore befitting that we meet here in Ghana, a nation that reminds us not only of their pain, of our shared past, but also of the resilience of the African people and the enduring bonds between the continent and its diaspora. Ghana occupies a special place in Africa's history as the first sub-Sahara African country to attain independence. It understood early that its own freedom would remain incomplete until the rest of the continent was free. Under the leadership of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana became a beacon for African liberation and unity. Today, as the continent advances the cause for restorative justice, Ghana is once again demonstrating leadership by convening and guiding this important global conversation. Namibia stands here ready to join others and work together in this journey. To adopt the adoption of the United Nations Resolution A/Res Resolution 80/250 is an important historical landmark, yet it's not a destination. It is the beginning of a journey towards truth, acknowledgement, healing, and justice for millions of Africans and people of African descent whose lives were forever changed by slavery, colonialism, and historical injustice. We speak about those matters. When we speak about those matters, we are speaking about real people. Mothers and fathers spearheaded from taken away from their children, their families were torn apart, uprooted from their communities, and find themselves in a situation that they could not imagine. The effects of those injustices did not disappear when slavery ended or colonial flags were lowered. They continue to shape lives today through inequality, poverty, lost opportunities, and at times how people see themselves and their places in the world. It must, however, be underscored that for more than a century now, families have been searching for their ancestors. There's something profoundly painful about knowing that those who suffered such cruelty were denied even the dignity of resting in the soil of their homeland. Their return is not merely a matter of history. It's a matter of humanity, dignity, and closer for generations that continue to carry this burden. For Namibia, this discussion is deeply personal. While today's conference focuses on transatlantic slave trade, it also speaks to the broader African journey towards restorative justice. In 2006, the Namibian Parliament passed a motion on genocide, apology, and reparation, and directed the Namibian government to engage the German government that committed the genocide in Namibia against the Hereros and Nama between 1904 to 1908, becoming the first genocide in the 20th century. Subsequently, for the past 9 years, our government, accompanied by our people, have been engaging the German government on the matter. Of course, the process of negotiation has not always been easy. It requires patience, resilience, and unwavering commitment to dialogue. One lesson we have learned is that justice is not really a straightforward road. It is often slow and uncomfortable. However, we remain engaged as a solution has to be found. It is a fact that lasting reconciliation can only be built on truth, acknowledgement, and mutual respect. For many Namibians, genocide did not end in 1908. Its echoes continue in this day. The remains of some of those who were killed were removed from our country and transported to Germany, where they become objects of study, research, display, and collection. As part of trying to heal the wounds of genocide, our parliament has passed a motion declaring 28th May as a Genocide Remembrance Day and a public holiday. As the first president of the Republic of Namibia, I was honored to launch that day last year, 2025. And this year, for the first time, the day was remembered with huge gatherings all over the country. Director of ceremonies, as Africans, we are not asking the world to carry our pain for us. We are simply asking that our pain be heard, understood, and respected on its own terms. No people should have to convince us that their suffering was real. True reconciliation begins when people are allowed to tell their own story and have those stories accepted with honesty. As we advance this course, we must remember an important lesson from history. The greatest victories against the African people were often achieved when division was allowed to take roots among us. Our responsibility is not to revisit old division, but to strengthen our solidarity. We need to be united. We might come from different countries and speak different language, but our collective future depends on our ability to stand together around a common purpose. In that spirit, we extend our hand to our brothers and sisters across the diaspora. The transatlantic slave trade separated the millions of Africans from their homeland and in many cases from their language, culture, and ancestral identity. In recognition of this unbreakable bonds between us, the African Union, in Article 3Q of the AU Constitutive Act, called for the full participation of the Africans in diaspora in the Union's activities. It was against this background that in 2003, the AU formally declared the diaspora as the sixth region alongside the North, South, East, West, and Central Africa. And one would really want to see that this region fully participates in the work of the Union. For centuries, systems of slavery and colonialism sought not only to control people physically, but also to shape how they see themselves. The damage was not only done to bodies and land, it was also done to destroy confidence, identity, and self-belief. Many of the physical chains have long been broken, but some of the mental chains remain. The late Bob Marley captured this truth when he reminded us and say, and I quote, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free ourselves." Therefore, the struggle before us is not only about reparations. It is about claiming our confidence as African, teaching our children the truth about their history, and rejecting the false narrative that sought to diminish the wealth of the African people. Our ancestors endured unimaginable hardship, yet they survived. They resisted. They preserved their humanity in circumstances designed to strip them away. We owe it to them not only to remember, but also to continue their unfinished journey towards justice. Africa is not seeking to the opening of old wounds. Africa is seeking to heal the wounds that were never healed. The struggle for restorative justice is not driven by bitterness. It is driven by the belief that genuine reconciliation can only be achieved when truth is acknowledged, dignity is restored, and history confronted with honesty. I once more commend the leadership of President Mahama, the government and the people of Ghana, and all those who contributed to the adoption of the landmark resolution. History has brought us to this moment. The question before us is therefore whether we have courage, ready, and unity to finish the work that previous generation began. I, on behalf of Namibia, I believe we do. And believe as we are, let us do it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Would you please rise and in solidarity put your fist in the air, beat your chest with that fist, stamp your feet, and put your hands together for African unity, resilience, and growth. Please be seated. Many thanks to Your Excellency Dr. Nutembu Nandi Ndiatwa, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for that very inspiring address. And now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we shall hear from the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai, Sr.
Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished representatives of the African Union, CARICOM, CELAC, and the global African diaspora, the United Nations agencies and institutions, civil society, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this conference and to serve on the global advisory panel of the Reparatory Justice. I thank my brother and friend John Mahama and the government and the people of Ghana convening this important gathering. It is fitting that we meet on these historic shores, still marked by the memory of those who were torn from their homes, families, and communities and fought across the Atlantic. This sovereign still calls us to confront one of the history's gravest crimes against humanity. We gather to ensure that this resolution becomes not only a statement of historic recognition, but also a framework for truth, justice, healing, and institutional repairs. More than 500 years after the first victims were taken across the Atlantic, and 200 years after the trade was formally abolished, the adoption on March 26, 2026 of the United Nations resolution recognizing the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans among the gravest crimes against humanity marks a significant and necessary moral moment. We honor the millions who suffered and died, those who resisted and survived, and the descendants who continue to live with its effect. This resolution carries profound significance. It acknowledges the wrongs of the past and recognizes how the continuing vestiges of the Atlantic slave trade shape our present realities and influence the future of our one world. For Liberia, the legacy of transatlantic slave trade is woven into the fabric of our national story and continues to shape our understanding of identity, belonging, and nationhood. Our experience demonstrates that the consequences of slavery cannot be measured solely in terms of lost labor, stolen wealth, or economic deprivation. They also include intergenerational social, cultural, psychological, and political impact that can persist for centuries. If we are to pursue meaningful reparatory justice, our efforts must extend beyond financial considerations. They must also embrace historical truth-telling, reconciliation, identity restoration, cultural healing, education, institution building, and the strengthening of our social cohesion. As we consider the next steps following this historic resolution, Liberia offers its experience as evidence of justice, healing, and reconciliation are inseparable from the sustainable development and lasting peace. With this resolution not adopted, the question before us is simple. What must we do next? Allow me, therefore, to propose 5 priorities for implementation. First, we must develop a common African position and implementation framework in collaboration with the CLARICON and diaspora organizations, supported by a coordinated roadmap with clear priorities, responsibilities, and timeliness. Second, working with the United Nations, we should establish an African Union, United Nations Expert Commission to design a global reparatory justice mechanism. Third, we must confront misinformation and erase through truth, education, and research by strengthening the teaching of African history, preserving archives, and supporting universities and research institutions across Africa and the diaspora. Fourth, repairing historical wrongs requires the restitution of stolen cultural artifacts and heritage objects, together with development partnerships that address persistent inequalities rooted in slavery and its aftermath. The scale and depth of trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement cannot be measured fully in financial terms alone. Yet, the transatlantic slave trade, forced labor, and resource extraction generated enormous wealth that shaped the economic foundations of many societies across the world. There is no doubt that the slave trade and its aftermath contributed profoundly to the inequality and the underdevelopment in Africa and across the global South. The past has helped shape the inequalities of the present. Fifth, we call for development partnerships and a global initiative that address persistent inequalities and underdevelopment rooted in slavery and its aftermath, grounded in shared responsibility and mutual respect. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to all those across the world who seek to understand and engage honestly with this history, and to the nations and societies whose shared task is now to help chart the path forward, the call for reparatory justice is not an effort to assign personal guilt to the present generation for the sins of the past. Rather, it is a call for understanding, empathy, and willingness to confront uncomfortable truth. We invite our partners across the world to share in our anguish to recognize the enduring consequences of the historic injustice and to join in a common commitment to healing and repair. Together, let us forge a solemn pact that the dehumanization, exploitation, and racialized enslavement of any people shall never, ever again find refuge in our institution, our economies, or our collective conscience. Let this be a common promise to humanity and to generations unborn. History has brought us to a real defining moment. Future generations will judge us not by the eloquence of our declaration, but by the courage of our actions. This resolution has opened a door. Whether the door leads to meaningful justice, reconciliation, and healing now depends on our collective resolve. Let us not be remembered as another conference or another resolution that stirred consciences briefly before fading into history. Let it be remembered as a moment when the world chose truth over silence, justice over hesitation, and moral courage over the comfort of the status quo. Today, through us, those voices speak again. They call not for vengeance, but for recognition, not for division, but for reconciliation, not for charity, but for justice. Let us therefore leave Accra united in purpose and committed to ensuring that the gravest crime against humanity is met with one of humanity's greatest responses, a determined global effort to restore dignity, repair historical wrongs, and build a future founded on equality, shared prosperity, and our common humanity. If we succeed, generations yet unborn will remember that this moment we chose not simply to remember history, but to help shape it. May God bless us, and I wish my friend and brother John Mahama congratulations for his success and the winning of a very, very important match last night. May God bless us all.
To the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai Sr. Please, a round of applause. Shortly we get to hear from our convener, the President of our Republic, who will also establish the global panels comprising Advisory Council on Reparatory Justice, the Expert Panel on Restitution of Cultural Artifacts, a panel on legal experts for reparatory justice, and then we will get to see for ourselves, live and in living color, a true symbol of restitution made here in Accra, Ghana. Before that, however, we have a few remarks. Let's now receive the Prime Minister, I beg your pardon, the President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, for his address.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, Mesdames, Monsieur le chef d'État, chef de gouvernement, ministres et chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, membres du corps diplomatique, représentants des Nations Unies et des organisations internationales, éminents universitaires, membres de la société civile, chefs traditionnels et invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur et une profonde responsabilité pour moi de m'adresser à cette assemblée distinguée, à l'occasion de cette conférence consultative de haut niveau consacrée à la mise en œuvre de la résolution historique des Nations Unies sur la traite des Africains réduits en esclavage. Je tiens à exprimer ma sincère gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple de la République du Ghana pour leur chaleureux accueil et pour avoir organisé cette importante conférence dans la ville historique d'Accra. Le Ghana occupe une place particulière dans la mémoire collective de l'Afrique et de la diaspora africaine. Il est un symbole de résilience, de liberté et de solidarité panafricaine, ce qui en fait un lieu idéal pour nos délibérations d'aujourd'hui. Nous sommes réunis ici non seulement pour réfléchir à l'histoire, mais aussi pour l'affronter avec honnêteté, courage et détermination. La traite transatlantique des Africains réduits en esclavage demeure l'un des crimes contre l'humanité les plus graves jamais commis. Pendant des siècles, des millions d'hommes, de femmes et d'enfants africains ont été arrachés de force à leur foyer, privés de leur dignité, séparés de leur famille et soumis des souffrances inimaginables. Les conséquences de cette tragédie ne sont pas arrêtées avec l'abolition de l'esclavage. Ces effets continuent de se faire sentir à travers les continents et les générations, engendrant les inégalités sociales, des disparités économiques, des déracinements culturels et des injustices systémiques qui persistent encore aujourd'hui. L'adoption de la résolution des Nations Unies sur la traite des Africains réduits en esclavage constitue une étape historique. Elle reconnaît l'héritage persistant de l'esclavage et de la traite transatlantique des esclaves, tout en réaffirmant l'engagement de la communauté internationale envers la vérité, la justice, la mémoire et les actions réparatrices. Aujourd'hui, cependant, nous devons passer de la reconnaissance à la mise en œuvre. La question centrale que se pose à nous est claire. Quelles sont les prochaines étapes? Premièrement, nous devons renforcer la recherche historique, l'éducation et la sensibilisation du public. Les générations futures doivent comprendre la véritable histoire de la traite des Africains réduits en esclavage et ses conséquences durables. L'éducation demeure l'un des outils les plus puissants pour lutter contre l'ignorance, les préjugés et la distorsion de l'histoire. Deuxièmement, nous devons soutenir les initiatives qui préservent et protègent les lieux de mémoire à travers l'Afrique et la diaspora. Ces lieux ne sont pas des simples monuments du passé. Ils sont des témoins vivants de la résilience humaine et de la lutte universelle pour la liberté et la dignité. Troisièmement, nous devons approfondir la coopération entre les nations africaines, la diaspora africaine, les organisations internationales et les États partenaires. L'héritage de l'esclavage est une préoccupation mondiale partagée qui exige une responsabilité collective et des solutions concertées. Quatrièmement, nous devons poursuivre un dialogue constructif sur la justice réparatrice et le développement équitable. Ces discussions devraient être guidées par le respect mutuel, le droit international, la vérité historique et un engagement à bâtir un avenir plus juste et inclusif. Cinquièmement, nous devons veiller à ce que la voix des descendants d'Africains réduits en esclavage, des jeunes, des femmes, des universitaires, des autorités traditionnelles, des organisations de la société civile demeure au cœur de ces processus. Leurs expériences, leurs perspectives et leurs aspirations sont indispensables pour obtenir des résultats efficaces et durables. Mesdames et Messieurs les participants, São Tomé et Principe, mon pays, cette question revêt d'une importance particulière. Nos îles occupent une place unique dans l'histoire du monde atlantique. Nous reconnaissons les douloureuses réalités de notre passé et notre responsabilité de contribuer de manière constructive aux efforts visant à penser les plaies historiques et à promouvoir la réconciliation. Notre objectif n'est pas de réouvrir les anciennes divisions, mais de renforcer un engagement commun envers la dignité humaine, la justice et le développement durable. Nous ne recherchons pas à la vengeance, mais la compréhension. Non pas la division, mais le partenariat. Non pas le ressentiment, mais une réconciliation fondée sur la vérité. En tant que dirigeants et parties prenantes réunis ici aujourd'hui, nous avons l'opportunité et même le devoir de transformer le souvenir en action. Que cette conférence aboutisse à des recommandations pratiques, des engagements concrets et une feuille de route claire pour la mise en œuvre des objectifs inscrits dans la résolution des Nations Unies. L'histoire nous jugera non seulement sur ce dont nous nous souvenons, mais aussi sur ce que nous choisissons de faire de cette mémoire. Œuvrons donc ensemble pour que les souffrances des millions d'Africains réduits en esclavage ne soient jamais oubliées, que les leçons de l'histoire continuent de guider l'humanité et que les générations futures héritent d'un monde fondé sur la justice, l'égalité, la dignité et la paix. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Que Dieu bénisse la République du Ghana. Dieu bénisse la République du Saint-Thomé et l'Afrique et son diaspora. Merci beaucoup.
Many thanks to the President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, Your Excellency Carlos Manuel Numa. Your Excellency, to the 17th region of our homeland Ghana, which is part of the 6th region of the continent of Africa. I'm talking about the Caribbean. Would you please make welcome the Prime Minister of Barbados, Excellency Mia Amo Motley.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, my dear brother, President John Mahama, Excellencies, heads of state, colleague heads of government, distinguished guests all. We've come to Accra to declare that the age of accountability has finally reached the gravest crime in humanity. We have come to Accra to enter through the door so that we can join hands and ensure that we together can be direct in our requests and in our actions, to defend memory without retreat, to turn recognition into repair, and yes, to build an Africa-Caribbean future with the power to protect our future generations. Let me thank Ghana profoundly on behalf of the Caribbean community to allow us to be here, the government and people of Ghana, coming after your historic resolution in the United Nations earlier this year. We in CARICOM have been fighting now for virtually a decade on this issue of reparations. And we believe that this effort to bring all of our global partners here together in Accra will allow for this too to be regarded as a historic moment. I have said that our attempt to be able to speak in the issue of accountability is critical for us. We live in a world today where people call out people for everything, for misogyny, for sexual assault, for all kinds of behavior. But yet we have not found the moral courage to state unanimously across humanity that this grave crime against humanity that persisted for centuries ought to be declared so by all. That others choose to remain silent is a reflection of them, not of us. We have equally come to say that there should be no retreat on repair. The language used from this platform this morning is not one of aggression, is not one of violence, but it is one of the necessity for healing for humanity. The Trinidadian author Earl Lovelace wrote a book for which he received the Commonwealth Book Prize. It is called Salt. I commend it to all of you because it recognizes in a long labor of love that he took for more than a decade to write it, that it is only through healing that we will begin to truly unlock our potential as citizens of this world. Regrettably, the world in which we function is still very much the child of that old order and of that bigotry that would have declared us chattel and property. There are others who say that there's been slavery before, but ours was the only one to declare us as chattel and as property. I stand here today on behalf of the government and people of Barbados, conscious that our duty is to repair, and our duty is to call for others to repair. Regrettably, our parliament was the first parliament, as you heard from Sir Hilary earlier, to establish the 1661 slave code, 2 decades before the Code Noir, which has just been repealed in France. That slave code came to be mimicked, copied exactly in some of the colonies of the United States of America and the Caribbean, and in others used as a platform for their own slave laws. It is the categorization of us as subhuman. It is the categorization of us as chattel, as property, that stripped us of our dignity first and foremost, but equally removed from us the choices that are necessary in life to truly express freedom. We have come to ask that those efforts be coordinated in such a way such that we can bring healing to our population, and that we can remove from our legacy those who feel ashamed and injustice at the use of the word black, those who feel ashamed and unfared by reason of the treatment that our people have had meted out to them, and regrettably through the systems and corridors of power that still reflect first class and second class citizens of the world. I believe that our working together with the CARICOM 10-point plan on reparatory justice, which has been revised and which we have brought some copies here to share in Accra, will add to the excellent work which you are doing, and the establishment of the committees that will carry on the work for our people. These committees, however, will only mean something if we can stay together united and not allow division yet again to be the anchor for those who want to win against us. This is not a quick journey. In 1896, 130 years ago, the Battle of Adwa was won, and the beginning of the Pan-Africanist movement took root. Almost 70 years ago, in this country, Ghana, you summoned the world to join you as you embarked on the journey of nationhood and independence. Today, in 2026, President Mahama, you have summoned us again to join you. And we, the children of Africa and its diaspora, are clear as to our responsibility and are clear that even though journeys are not always finished by the same people, even though battles are not won by those sometimes who started, that our duty nevertheless must be resolute and our commitment and solidarity unshakable. I have every confidence that we will come to understand that the union of Africa and the Caribbean can bring prosperity and stability to our people. But we cannot do so if we choose only to wait on others to determine reparations. In our own individual countries, the process to development is an act of reparation alone. In my own country, we provide free pre-primary to tertiary education, free health care, and equally, we have undertaken one of the most ambitious forms of land redistribution in the Americas, recognizing that we cannot ask others before we do for ourselves that which is our duty. Once that is done, then we have a responsibility to work together, to bring development to our people. This continent of Africa has been blessed with much, and it is blessed with the development of the demographic bounty, people that will help the 21st century work out the difficulties that we face today. The world is troubled, but we have a pathway through reparations for ourselves, by ourselves, to start the process. And once that process is started, then it becomes easier for us to engage, not as an act of charity as you have heard from these platforms, but as an act of justice. Not as a request for war or divisiveness, but as the start for an era of enlightenment and a healing that will allow us to show the rest of the world what we all know, that when human beings live together, see each other, feel each other, hear each other, share with each other, a better world can be had. I call upon us here not to treat to this as just simply another event, but to recognize that in all that we do, domestically and internationally, that the time has come to remake and reshape the rules that allow our people to be seen, heard, and felt. And it shall only come if we remain resolute in that journey. President Mahama, the people of the Caribbean have come to join hands. Our CARICOM 10-point plan did not just drop out of the wilderness. We ask specifically in this plan, and I share with you the details of that request, a full and formal apology by those responsible, an indigenous peoples development program, for we must never forget the genocide of our indigenous people that took place even before the institution of slavery was started. The repatriation and resettlement of our people for those who want, the restitution of cultural heritage and cultural reconnection, the remedying of the public health crisis that was as a result of centuries of exploitation, the capacity building and development through education and training that is so necessary to correct the deficit which we inherited at independence, the compensation for gender-based violence and assault on family, no different from the compensation that has been awarded to other nationalities such as the Japanese, psychological rehabilitation, the right to sovereignty and development through technology, innovation and entrepreneurship. And my friends, yes, in the spirit of the Bridgetown Initiative, debt cancellation, monetary compensation and decolonization. I share these things and topics with you because in this room each one of us can find common purpose with at least one or more of the requests of the Caribbean community. And I ask us, therefore, let us not embark on separate journeys, but let us today reflect the unity of purpose, the recognition that whether it is through advocacy or advisory opinions or actions, our role is to ensure that there is no retreat from our requests and that we recognize that repair comes after recognition. For in all that we do in the rest of our lives, where damage is perpetrated, repair is always required. May God bless Africa and the Caribbean. May God bless Ghana and Barbados. May God bless each of us and give us the resolve to continue this battle, conscious that in Adwa 130 years ago, it was not expected that they could win. We today, in spite of the odds, know, in the words of Gramps Morgan just now, that Jah shall wash away our tears and that we shall win and survive. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, President Mahama, please allow me. In Barbados, we will open later this year on the 28th of November a monument that reflects our reverence to 570 slaves that were buried on the Newton plantation. It is part of what we term the reclaiming of our Atlantic destiny. The monument has been designed by a son of Africa who lives right here, David Ajay. And we want to invite all of you, because this is just the beginning of the telling of our story. We have the second largest transatlantic slave records, and we know that for this movement to be real and effective, it cannot be the movement of governments and university lecturers and lawyers and economists alone. It must be a movement of the people. Join us in Barbados on November 28th. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. It was the great UB40 who wrote this 40 years ago. The great flood of tears that we've cried for our brothers and sisters who died over 400 years have washed away our fears and strengthened our pride. Now we turn back the tide. This is how we sing our very own songs. Let's put our hands together for resilient Africa, claiming back its glory. We're joined by the government of the French Republic, here represented by a delegation. It's my pleasure to acknowledge the delegation before we hear from the President of the Republic. Would you please make welcome speaking? Let's just go straight to the video. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic.
Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, cher John Dramani Mahama, chers amis, je regrette de ne pas pouvoir être parmi vous aujourd'hui, mais je tenais à remercier l'ensemble des participants réunis à l'occasion de cette conférence mondiale sur la justice réparatrice. Durant ces 3 jours de travail, vous poursuivrez une réflexion essentielle, celle qui a été engagée à la suite de la résolution adoptée par l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies le 25 mars dernier, lors de la journée internationale de commémoration des victimes de l'esclavage et de la traite transatlantique. Je veux le dire avec force, la France a entendu le message porté par cette résolution, qui fait profondément écho au travail engagé depuis longtemps par notre pays, notamment depuis l'adoption, il y a 25 ans, de la loi reconnaissant l'esclavage et la traite comme crime contre l'humanité. Si la France s'est abstenue, ce n'est ni par indifférence ni par retrait, mais c'est parce que nous demeurons attachés à une conception universelle et universaliste de la mémoire des crimes contre l'humanité, vigilante à ne jamais établir de hiérarchie dans l'horreur. Pour autant, je ne veux laisser s'installer aucun malentendu. La France soutient pleinement l'appel lancé par le Ghana. Cet appel qui consiste à établir la vérité historique dans toute sa lucidité et fidélité. Plus de 15 millions de femmes, d'hommes, d'enfants furent arrachés à leurs terres, déportés, déshumanisés, réduits à l'état de marchandises. Et cette tragédie a façonné durablement nos sociétés, nos économies, nos imaginaires, nos rapports au monde. Et nous n'oublions pas. Et nous savons combien le chemin vers la reconnaissance de l'égale dignité humaine fut long et douloureux. La France porte aussi cette histoire en elle. Notre pays a aboli l'esclavage une première fois pendant la Révolution française, dans le sillage de la Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, avant qu'il ne soit rétabli quelques années plus tard, sous l'Empire, et avant de l'abolir définitivement en 1848. Un siècle plus tard, à Paris, était proclamée la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Le XXe siècle fut aussi le siècle, on le sait, d'autres catastrophes et a connu l'abîme. Mais il a également vu naître un droit international des droits humains, construit patiemment pour opposer la justice à l'arbitraire et la dignité humaine à la barbarie. C'est donc avec humilité que je m'adresse à vous depuis Paris et l'Élysée, conscient du chemin qu'il nous reste encore à parcourir pour éclairer toutes les zones d'ombre de notre histoire commune. Cette histoire, elle doit être connue, on doit continuer d'y travailler, elle doit être enseignée, elle doit être transmise, et les conséquences durables des traites négrières et des économies de plantation doivent être pleinement comprises dans toutes les régions du monde qu'elles ont marquées. Cette mémoire nous oblige collectivement, au nord comme au sud, d'une rive à l'autre des océans Atlantique et Indien comme d'une rive à l'autre de la Méditerranée. La France s'entend prendre toute sa part dans ce travail. Il y a quelques jours, nous avons commémoré les 25 ans de la loi si importante que je viens de mentionner, par laquelle la France fut le premier pays au monde à reconnaître officiellement que la traite et l'esclavage perpétrés à partir du XVe siècle contre les populations africaines, amérindiennes, malgaches, indiennes, constituaient un crime contre l'humanité. Cette loi a permis l'essor d'une recherche historique exigeante. Elle a inscrit dans notre calendrier national une journée de commémoration, le 10 mai. Elle a ouvert la voie à la création de la Fondation pour la mémoire de l'esclavage. Ce travail se poursuit ces dernières années. Nous avons structuré cette fondation. Nous avons continué d'avancer. En 2027, la France inaugurera au Trocadéro, lieu où fut adoptée la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, un mémorial dédié aux victimes de l'esclavage, car la première des réparations est la vérité reconnue, assumée. Faire œuvre de vérité, c'est rejeter nos pays qui en constituent des traumatismes profonds. Je pense au Rwanda, je pense aussi à l'Algérie, sur la commission conjointe mixte que nous avons voulu lancer sur la colonisation. Je pense au Cameroun, sur le travail d'histoire qui a été là aussi mené par une commission commune sur la guerre d'après-décolonisation. Et je pense aussi au travail conjoint que nous avons lancé avec Haïti, avec des experts, des historiens des deux côtés, des juristes, pour là aussi revenir sur l'histoire et les dettes entre nos deux pays. C'est également un engagement national dans nos outre-mer comme dans l'Hexagone à travers les politiques de mémoire, les efforts de recherche, les réponses apportées aux conséquences contemporaines de l'esclavage et de la traite. L'enseignement supérieur et la recherche française continueront de soutenir les travaux consacrés à l'histoire coloniale, l'histoire de l'esclavage et à celle des traites. Et nous continuerons d'avancer. Je veux ici vous assurer de ma pleine détermination et de la détermination de la France à poursuivre ce chemin de reconnaissance historique avec tous ses partenaires. Et je souhaite que nous avancions ensemble, États, organisations régionales et internationales, Nations Unies, UNESCO, Union africaine, Union européenne, communauté caribéenne, pour bâtir une démarche commune fondée sur la connaissance, le dialogue, la justice. Avec le Ghana et d'autres pays ou institutions volontaires, la France souhaite engager un travail scientifique international destiné à formuler des recommandations concrètes à l'intention des décideurs publics et accompagner ce mouvement de reconnaissance. Les réparations, puisque c'est de cela dont il s'agit aussi quand on parle de justice, peuvent prendre des formes multiples, comme je l'ai rappelé il y a quelques jours, comme l'a rappelé à plusieurs reprises John Dramani Mahama. Et l'histoire ne peut être réduite à une simple logique comptable. Réparer, c'est justement donner cette place à la vérité scientifique et historique, c'est la reconnaître, c'est bâtir des monuments, c'est enseigner, chercher. Réparer, c'est restituer des œuvres d'art qui ont été volées dans ces périodes. Réparer, c'est aussi pouvoir redéplier des situations comme ce que nous sommes en train de faire avec Haïti. La logique est multiple, mais en aucun cas réparer, ça ne peut être un point final, un chèque fait qui viendrait clôturer une histoire ou la terminer. Cette histoire se poursuivra et nous aurons à continuer de porter ces noms, ces mémoires, ces visages, à réparer et avancer, à parler de l'avenir. Mesdames et messieurs, la résolution portée par le Ghana exprime une aspiration profonde à la justice, et celle-ci, nous ne pouvons pas l'ignorer. Je forme donc le vœu qu'à travers ce travail inédit de reconnaissance historique, nous puissions ensemble poser les premiers jalons d'un chemin de réparation, de réconciliation et d'avenir partagé. En tout cas, je voulais ici vous redire mon engagement à vos côtés. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Je vous souhaite une excellente conférence et comptez sur la France.
The President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, would like to acknowledge the delegation here to represent him, the Ambassador for Human Rights of the French Republic. Ambassador Isabelle Rom joins us. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please to come. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please help me welcome our keynote speaker for the day, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and also the African Union champion for advancing the cause of justice and reparations of Africans and people of the African descent, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me acknowledge my colleagues, heads of state, and thank you all for making the journey to join us here in Accra for this all-important conference, the next steps. I want to also commend and express my appreciation to all who have spoken this morning, including our revered writer and playwright, Wole Soyinka, and also to acknowledge all the members of the diplomatic corps, our traditional rulers, members of the Council of State, and everybody who has come to join us for this all-important conference. Today, Accra becomes the meeting place of history, conscience, and responsibility. We gather not merely to discuss the past, but to determine how humanity responds to one of the greatest crimes ever committed against the people. We gather because history has summoned us to complete a conversation that began centuries ago and remains unfinished. I wish to warmly welcome all participants who have traveled from around the world to take part in this conference. Your presence here reflects a shared recognition that the issues before us transcend national boundaries and speak instead to our common humanity, our shared history, and our collective responsibility to future generations. On 25th September 2025 last year, I stood before the United Nations General Assembly and announced Ghana's intention to introduce a resolution declaring the traffic of enslaved Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. At that time, it was a bold proposition. It was ambitious, necessary, but uncertain in its outcome. It was rooted in our conviction that humanity must confront this history with greater honesty and clarity, not merely because of what happened centuries ago, but because of the enduring consequences that continue to shape societies and communities across the world even today. There was no certainty that such a proposition would command broad international support. And yet, exactly 6 months later, on 25th of March 2026, the United Nations General Assembly addressed that proposition, and by a decisive majority, Member States adopted Resolution A/RES 80/250, marking a historic step in the international community's acknowledgement of the scale, brutality, and enduring consequences of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and of racialized chattel enslavement. But before proceeding further, I wish to express my profound appreciation to all the 123 member states that supported the resolution. As well as to the many institutions, scholars, civil society organizations, faith leaders, activists, and advocates whose dedication over many years made its adoption possible. Their efforts contributed significantly to creating the conditions for a more honest and constructive global conversation. For Ghana, this effort is not just an exercise in diplomacy. It is a moral obligation that is rooted in our history, our identity, and our responsibility as a nation, whose shores hold both the tragedy of departure and the hope of return. We do not seek to reopen old wounds, we seek to heal those wounds. We do not seek division, we seek justice and understanding and reconciliation grounded in the truth. And at the same time, the significance of this conference lies not only in the support that made the resolution possible, but also in the willingness of a broader community of nations and institutions to engage in the work that follows. The pursuit of historical justice is not strengthened by narrowing the circle of participation. It is strengthened by expanding it. It is strengthened when those who may approach these issues from different historical, political, or legal perspectives nevertheless choose dialogue over silence and engagement over distance. In that spirit, I urge all participants gathered here today to approach our deliberations with openness, humility, and a shared commitment to advancing human dignity. Distinguished guests, the adoption of the resolution was never intended to mark the end of the journey. It was intended to provide the foundation for a more meaningful process of engagement, reflection, and action. Less than 3 months after its adoption, we're here in Accra to address the question that naturally follows. What are the next steps? We're here because recognition creates responsibility, and because the enduring consequences of this history continue to demand thoughtful, coordinated, and sustained international engagement. It is fitting that we meet in Ghana. A few places in the world bear such vivid physical testimony to this history as our country. From Elmina in the central region and Cape Coast to Asin Manso and Osu, our land holds some of the most visible reminders of a system that uprooted millions of Africans and altered the course of world history. Not too far from where we're gathered today stands castles, dungeons, and the doors of no return through which countless Africans passed before disappearing over the horizon. For many, that horizon marked the end of everything they knew. And yet today, the descendants of those journeys have returned, not in chains, but as presidents, as prime ministers, as scholars, as jurists, as activists, as historians and citizens of the world. History has brought us full circle. These historic sites connect Africa to the Caribbean, to North and South America, and to communities across the globe whose histories and identities were shaped by this shared experience. We therefore gather not only as representatives of our states, but as partners in a common effort to confront the enduring legacies of this history and to build a future that is greater than the past that we have inherited. As we reflect on this history, it is important to remember that the experience of enslavement was not borne equally by all who endured it. While millions of African men, women, and children suffered the violence and indignity of the transatlantic slave trade, the experiences of women and girls were marked by forms of brutality that have too often been marginalized in the historical record. History remembers the names of the ships, the merchants, and the trading companies. Yet far too often it forgets the woman whose body became a site of exploitation, or the mother standing on the shore uncertain whether she would ever see her child again. For many enslaved women, exploitation did not end just with providing labor. Their bodies themselves became instruments of economic extraction. Their capacity to bear children was transformed into a means of reproducing bondage across generations. Their suffering was often concealed from the official record, leaving them victims not only of the institution, but also of historical erasure. And so today we must also pay tribute to the extraordinary women whose courage, resilience, and leadership have sustained the long struggle for freedom. From Nanny of the Maroons in Jamaica, whose story is believed to have begun on the shores of present-day Ghana, to Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth, women have been at the forefront of resistance against oppression. Their courage was matched by countless others whose names history has failed to record, and yet whose sacrifices helped preserve families, communities, and hope in the most difficult of circumstances. We also honor the women of our time, the scholars, the activists, the jurists, the public servants, policymakers, and civil society leaders who continue to champion this cause. And many of those women are present in this hall today. Their contributions have helped bring us to this historic moment and continue to shape and who continue to advance it with conviction, intellect, and determination. We see you, we honor your contribution, we are profoundly grateful for your effort. Distinguished guests, as we confront this history honestly, we must also be clear about what it demands of us. None of us gathered in this hall today can be held personally responsible for the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans. We did not build the ships that crossed the Atlantic. We did not provide the insurance for loss of human cargo at sea. We did not operate the castles and plantations. We did not create the legal systems that transformed human beings into property or denied them their most basic human rights. Those crimes belong to another age. And yet every generation inherits responsibilities from the past. History, indeed one of the most encouraging developments since the adoption of the resolution, has been the growing willingness of institutions and governments across the world to engage more openly in historical justice, including the message we just heard from President Emmanuel Macron. Such developments are significant because they demonstrate a willingness to engage with difficult truths and to confront history honestly. Distinguished guests, one of the most important lessons from this history is that its consequences have never been confined to a single geographical region. The transatlantic slave trade connected continents through pain and suffering. It linked the shores of Africa to the Caribbean and to North and South America, and to communities across the world whose identities, cultures, and history were forever shaped by the forced displacement of millions of Africans. And yet, even as it dispersed people across oceans and continents, it forged enduring bonds that continue to unite Africans and people of African descent today. It is therefore fitting that Africa and the Caribbean continue to stand together in advanced mechanism on reparative justice. The crime we seek to address was transcontinental in its reach. Its consequences remain transcontinental in its impact, and the search for justice must therefore be transcontinental in its ambition. Distinguished guests, the work before us extends beyond Africa and the Caribbean. It requires constructive engagement with partners from across all regions of the world. It requires the participation of governments, international organizations, academic institutions, civil society organizations, faith communities, and cultural institutions. It requires us to build coalitions broad enough to sustain progress and inclusive enough to foster trust. Education promotes memorialization, facilitates the restitution, and in this endeavor,